Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado.
Buenos días, me presento nuevamente.
Good morning, I'm Victoria Salazar. I give you the welcome again to our second day of the Summit Latin America. Special greetings to our over 2,000 viewers virtually and those who are here with us present today. We have people from Mexico to Chile, including Central America, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, Paraguay, people who are ready to listen to our panelists. During the day yesterday, we met the main trend. We talked about the main trends that consumers have been facing throughout the region. We also talked about the impact of digital disruption, and we ended the day exploring advances of the metaverse and its opportunities. We will continue today with insights into Latin America. We will begin talking about how we model business. We will talk about changes in the supply chain, the relationship between consumption and the reality, and we will end the day with a talk by the presidents about the future of Latin America. We will be continuing with Ola. You may use a hashtag that is available. Our virtual people have the space to comment and ask questions. We thank our sponsors, Delta, America's Marketing, Monkey Films, Viña San Pedro, Tarapacan, and our media partners, MBS Radio, Grupo Semana from Colombia, Colombia from Peru, and America Reader. We will be showing a video from Delta Airlines, one of our main sponsors.
Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. ¿Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo? Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Antonio, cuéntanos un poco cómo cerró la jornada de ayer y qué esperamos hoy.
Welcome again to those who are here for the first time and those who are returning. We have a very interesting day today. We were very happy with everything that we learned, the insights we obtained. Just to reiterate and to let those of you who are here for the first time to reiterate why we're doing this. This group, OLA, experts, Latin American experts, since 7 years ago decided to establish the first multi-Latin marketing and sales solutions to listen to to take care of all the needs of their clients. The 30 years of experience that we have among ourselves, the Grupo Cosmic Revolution TAX, along with the business ecosystems and solutions, we provide services to more than 60,000 people yearly. We operate in more than 17 countries with over 30 clients. Yesterday, we were talking about the fact that the world is changing dynamically, and as representatives of Latin America, we decided to launch this venture, which is our first summit for Latin America, to see how consumer habits and trends are changing and how business is being done from the Latin American perspective. We had a very challenging day yesterday. We saw a brief summary of our key points. We had a very good introduction by John Price. We saw the risks and opportunities in Latin America, the trends internationally, the high cost of energy, the raise in prices of commodities, especially chemical products, the cost of labor in Latin America. We saw how China is presenting costs that are 4 times greater than what it could be in Mexico, and the opportunities that this implied, and as well as the risk from other countries that are competitive. We talked about the demographic transformation of the region. We also listened to a panel where we profiled this new consumer who, even though they are mistrustful, we also saw that they're very sensitive to the planet. We saw how a consumer, Alvaro Cárdenas, a Latin consumer who is vibrant and young. We started with under the notion that all countries were different, but in making this comparison, we saw that there are many more similarities than what we're seeing in Latin America, and countries maintain different contexts. New consumer is one that has expectations. New Latin American consumers have positive expectations for the future. We see how inflation is increasing prices, but a study from New Analytics saw that did not have a repercussion on the selection of the brand, but rather in the selection of the sizes. We find that there was a consumer that is hypersensitive to brands and loyalty. Consumer wants to have digital as well as physical options. A connection of global brands with local roots are very important. And we closed out with a panel where we had experts in technology. We talked a lot about artificial intelligence and what it is doing for productivity. We saw the role of e-commerce, the evolution of commercial channels, especially the ones online, and how they become more sophisticated as they evolve. And we closed out with a very good master class on the metaverse. Maybe many of you were able to take an inroad into a world where there's a lot of information as well as disinformation. But we got a clearer view of the panorama. We have very good panels today. We have a second round. I welcome you all again, and we hope that you will enjoy the day today. Thank you, Antonio. During this first session, we're going to talk about models of successful businesses and how to create winning strategies in Latin America. I present to you our panelists, Jill Leccia, Julian Mayorca, and Fernando D'Alessio, who will be presented individually. They will share their knowledge and their experiences in this matter. Carlos, you're saying that I'm being told that Antonio is also joining the panel. Thank you, Carlos, for being in this session today. Welcome. Jose Masihi will be the moderator for this group. Pepe is also an associate of Grupo Ola. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Perfect. This the technology and how we have to be prepared. I am very happy to be here. As you know, I am part of Grupo Ola. My name is Jose Masihi, a partner of Grupo Ola. I would like to show you a video from Grupo Ola so that you can see this before we begin our panel.
Que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debes saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola.
Latin America is to be wooed, and everything starts with hello. We must understand that every culture, every country is different. We will begin our second day of the Summit Latin America with insight trends of the consumer, with business models with regard to the consumer. We need to understand how to build winning strategies, anticipating the new behaviors of consumers. Today, we have Jill Leccia, a marketing executive with over 25 years of experience and in marketing with 500 companies. Jill is an investor advisor. She was a former advisor for PepsiCo in Latin America. She was vice president of North America for Stanley Black & Decker. Welcome, Jill. Let's give Jill a hand. We also have Julian Mayorca, who is the head of Rappi for Latin America. He has a model of income that is based on many value proposals. Julian is a Colombian with over 14 years in managerial experiences, many with experience in mid-level startups. Welcome, Julian. And lastly, we have a great entrepreneur, Fernando D'Alessio, co-founder and CEO of Nu. Previously, Fernando was a co-founder and CEO of Juntos.com, the first marketplace platform that operates as a shopping mall, and it was purchased by Grupo EF. He was also co-founder of Linio.com. Welcome, Fernando. I will remind you that at the end of our questions, there will be a space for Q&A and comments. For those who are present, there will be a QR code that will lead you to a Google form, and your badge also has the QR code. If you're streaming, you may type your questions in the chat. We will be looking through all of these areas to respond to as many questions as possible. All our presenters have been leading out in businesses in Latin America. Jill, Julian Mayorca being a part of a regional business, and Fernando D'Alessio as a successful enterpriser locally. Let us begin this forum, this panel. We want to start with a question for all three of you. In your judgment, what are the main concepts regionally that have impacted Latin American consumer and how they do business in the region? So, TJ, answer this. Let us hear you answer this. Well, thank you for the invitation. I am pleased to be sharing this platform with these great presenters of the region and experts in this topic. This is something that we have been talking since yesterday, and we have heard a little summary of what was said yesterday. But without repeating what was said, digital and technology is a very important. It will change the way the Latin American consumer purchases. But in Latin America, this is exacerbated for several reasons because of the pandemic. In Latin America, this opportunity is golden, however, because we have a lack of infrastructure for many things. In the U.S., there are established infrastructure. Everything is more organized. But today in Latin America, having a direct access to places where we did not have that structure, we can now reach that consumer. So Latin America becomes much more important for entry and capitalization. In 5 months, yesterday, the first 5 months of the pandemic, there were more than 40 million bank accounts that were open. That did not happen before. So the pandemic exacerbated that. Now we have access to capital, to the internet. Interest capitalists are investing in the region. This is a golden opportunity to capitalize on these new business models. We also talked yesterday about AI, which will make things a lot more robust. Immediate idea is something that happens, and it's an immediate solution. Now, even as we are facing a recession, e-com is already here. It's here to stay. There is an opportunity, that business model that allows you to personalize experience, deliver a product will be critical. And of course, the inflation, the prices, high interest rates, it does not affect the consumer in Latin America, but it does affect the businesses. It generates a tailwind. So I'll ask the rest of the panelists what they think. Jill, you mentioned the infrastructure, and we talked about how here in the United States infrastructure is very robust, but throughout Latin America there is a lack of infrastructure in the modern channel, and so this opens a great opportunity in the world of Rappi, how to reach the consumer. Tell us a little about this. Can you hear me? I believe the answer, first, thank you for the invitation. We can answer from two perspectives. First, we go from theory. I hope I can make this a little humorous for you, but we go from theory. We cannot foresee the future. We don't have a crystal ball to say, okay, but I believe we have always looked at what was happening in Asia to be able to apply it to Latin America. We are a little embarrassed of saying a little bit more how we have tried to. There are characteristics that we have to apply to Latin America. Having said this, what we find in Asia, in Latin America, we find chaotic cities. There's nothing more boring than arriving in Bogota too, but you're going to arrive home at 4 o'clock. If you go to Lima, it's the same. If you go to Sao Paulo, in Santiago, Chile, it's the same because of the traffic. You're going to find several points of coincidences. These are very dynamic cities, but chaos make this a very dynamic place. We compare that because of the number of inhabitants, we find that it's similar in China, where there is an equal number of people. You find that penetration in Latin America is gigantic. So this is our first heads up. We said, why can't we construct a company like Alibaba for Latin America? But because we were lacking technology. So that is from the theory from the technology. That video that you opened with was very interesting. Many times, so Latin America, we're hard on ourselves, but we realize that in Latin America we are able to build very unbelievable things. I can say very humbly, but very assuredly that our technology is among the best. We can compare it to all of those Apple and any company that is a worldwide benchmark. So the resiliency that we've had in Latin America tells us that we're able to give a lot more. If when you put the consumer to the center, at the center of things, as we do in Rappi, we are looking at what the trends say and the opportunity of, we're looking at what the consumer is asking for. In Colombia, as an example, you can find one button where you buy insurance, which is mandatory for cars, but you are in Brazil, you have a brand that you can get. Brazilians love football, but then they will have this. So the shopper has been evolving. These are very different things that we have to talk about in theory. That's very clear. In the practice, we have to look at the consumer and do what try to fulfill their needs. I would like to compliment what Julian says. I was one of the founders of this. 3 years before Rappi, logistics was not working in local markets outside of Mexico, so we had to adjust to the consumer in Colombia, Peru, even in Mexico. These are cash-based economy. Everything is based on cash, and in Paraguay we grew so much when we did cash on delivery, and there were a lot of retailers who were on e-commerce. even 10, 12 years before we were on. But we grew because they did not think about the consumer as we did. We have to adapt to the consumer instead of expecting them to adapt to us. In Peru, it was 50%. And little by little, we started helping them to digitalize. In the last 10 to 12 years, I have seen how consumer has evolved in all markets. Chile might be a little bit more advanced. In Brazil, Argentina, they have been doing e-commerce for 20 odd years. But other markets like Peru, Ecuador, Mexico, we had to adapt, and we've seen a consumer that has evolved. The pandemic also helped to speed this along, to help them to adjust to the digital world. So they not only buy locally, but they shop on e-commerce. The pioneer was Lead Express. They began to sell products with free shipping throughout. Latin American began to buy. We had Paraguayan platforms. They brought products from Miami to Latin America, and the consumer began to become more global, not just local. In 2017, the consumer wanted immediacy. We, with all the different companies, we said, let's launch same-day delivery. Outside of food, nobody else was doing same-day delivery. And we were doing this in less than 2 hours, and the boom of the demand was spectacular. We realized that the consumer, many times, every brand wants to have their own e-commerce, but the consumer tends to go to the same spot to buy it all. And that's why Amazon in the United States is the leader. Mercado Libre is one of the leaders in Latin America. We have to sell a little of everything. And now there are 3 pillars that have to be applied by all multinationals. So this is one of the reasons why it's important, because it doesn't matter how much you have e-commerce, you have to have the other markets in place. Fernando, we have been able to see that this has grown, and thanks to the pandemic, we have had this access to banks and development of technology. Now, let's come to another question. Taking the dynamic of the market in Latin America and the preferences of consumers, what effective strategies can you implement from business models around the Latin American consumer? Let's start with you, Julio. I am consistent with what we were saying, where we have, there is not a book where it spells out what you need to apply in Latin America, because we behave differently despite our similarities throughout Latin America. The consumer in Mexico, the customer of Polanco is 360 degrees is different from the one in Bogota or Lima or Santiago de Chile. So we have to begin by really putting the consumer at the core of it to understand where the consumer wants to lead us. Otherwise, we will be doing nothing. The evolution of digital. Pre-COVID, no, the massive businesses, there was always the question, where is this going? This is a small channel. It does not bring much into it. They would send somebody who was an e-commerce director, was a youngster who had neither ownership, accountability, nor a budget. And they would have them talk to all the players at the head of this. I believe that presently we realize that this has arrived to stay. independently of whether you want to open your e-commerce or not, you have to get on board. Those of us who are here as clients, people who work in this, I think it goes hand in hand with how do we get up every day and try to get into the mindset of the consumer. They want convenience, they want speed. Today I could say I don't understand it how, and I do say this respectfully, but how can I buy Coca-Cola or Pepsi Cola Zero by e-commerce that within 3 hours it will deliver?
When I have a Rappi, they will bring it to me in 10 minutes and cool. So the obsession about that is important. We need to understand the metrics, and the user wants to time to delivery ratio, and they're minding about that, and we need to keep moving forward. So on occasion, you have to understand the consumer and do it honestly and see how and what he wants, and we the technology should be enablers. Rapid hasn't done anything else which is different except for providing a more efficient service and better solution. I don't want to go to an ATM on a bank because it makes no sense to me. 70% of my year, I don't want to go out in the city and deal with backups, traffic backups, and I want to stay home and do it everything from my home. And verticality is very important, or bottom up or top to bottom. You have to put the user in at the center and provide solutions. Just to follow up on this question, the e-commerce issue, since I have worked on big companies, undoubtedly we said there is about a 5% level, and it has increased in the wake of the pandemic, and there are critical theories about this, but I would say that it's not only for e-com, it's for all the points in the value chain that we need to have an internalization on how to use these technologies. And let me give you an example. Yesterday we were talking about 85% of e-commerce happening online, and also convenience stores and people are moving around, but that won't disappear. You have to think about how this technology can help both issues. You need to understand the consumer, because this is the B2B if you look at it from this standpoint. And how do you get to this B2B to target the issues we're saying, sold out stocks or inventories and critical things? In the case of ABI, which is one of the major bottling plants, they captured the technological issue on their intent to benefit the consumer, but also on the value chain. So I think this is basically something that is getting straight to all these unorganized channels, the convenience store, etc. And today, someone who would go to buy there would go there once a week, and the whole chain was pretty slow, and the instant gratification wasn't working. So even for the store owner in the neighborhood, it was bad not to have a fast answer. Now I have an app where I can get to that convenience store through this app and get immediate data on when someone needs something, and I can reach out to this point of sale better. And there is a challenge in having a more efficient system rather than have someone walk and swelter under the heat to get to the store. So I think that the the technology has to look at the final user, and all the points in the value chain must be looked at, otherwise it won't change. I have another additional point on this, which is immediacy. So more than a comment, I want to ask a question. Do you think, Fernando, that this immediacy is requiring that we need to spend in a higher speed for product delivery, because there are many products that are connected to that immediacy? The consumer wants it now, as Ivan was saying, but then by focusing on it, do you think this is reappraising it somehow, or the companies are shooting in their foot? So you need to. It's not nice to have it, but it's a must to have it. All businesses in the world have that, whether digital or brick and mortar. What are those pillars that will help you grow your business? So it's about having a big selection out there in the market. I mean, there are companies that had been 10 years in the market, they had less products that we had. So the second pillar is competitive prices. And the delivery must be fast and the price lower. We have 85% more competitive prices. 15 and 5 of them are more expensive. But in Latin America, we do not really attach a lot of importance to the convenience of service as they do in the developed world. So immediacy combined with convenience is very important, because it has to do with delivery, whether they pay a cash or to the bank. We must make products available to them. And when we launch this for mass consumption, took us 3 years to convince all the brands. So our value proposal was great, because we were delivering in less than 2 hours. We couldn't make it in 15 minutes because we didn't have the means to do it. But out of the 15, there were 8 that could deliver in less than 8 hours. And for my star product, it was great. Moms would love us, and it was the best marketing. And they would say, this formula, I ran out of it and got it in 1 or 1.5 hours. So, I mean, they were all delighted. Channel was exponentially growing. It was still small compared to the traditional channels, but it was great. Then Nestle, Procter & Gamble came in to the picture. So if you want to order a TV set, you won't get it in 10 minutes, but next day, and the consumer is still happy. And it will be dependent on the product, but mass consumption is an important theory, and the consumer has to appreciate that. And pet animals is a very interesting but expensive category, because there are a lot of metrics involved. So immediacy or immediate delivery is necessary for me. So, and companies must innovate, whether you are a tech company or you are a market leader. The day you stop innovating, you'll start dying. And in the last 3 or 4 decades, when I was a child, there were brands that are no longer with us. They disappeared. Time and tide wait for no man, as you have heard. You have to give the consumer what they want, what they need. If it's a marketplace, you have to deliver right away. So having that flywheel in your business model, you need to try to maximize it, leverage it. And going back to the last point, I agree 100% with you on that part of the chain, the value chain, because the clearest example was the one you gave us when we were closing the year 2022 final report. The CFO was the one that provided this report, and not the CEO for the first time. And the CDO was the one that provided the report on this brewery company. And they sell beer. They have like about more than 10 breweries all around the world. So, and I can talk about any questions, but data to us are essential. How do you know that you have to restock because you have the data. And then the value is also very important. I mean, you're talking about the fact that this won't work for all categories, or maybe not for some, because if I'm ordering whiskey at 11 p.m. on a Friday, I do it because I want it right away. If I do it on a Monday, it's because of a program dinner that I have. But then the lifetime value of the user, you were mentioning AP categories, and this is something for moms and children, something that you will offer to them forever. So this is a category where loyalty is a gigantic factor, but you're talking about a partying time, talking about condoms. If you want a condom, you can get it in 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. How can you do a programmed, at least I do a programmed delivery or purchase for the next day, and you can take 1.5 days with others. So you need to look at this as this category, but taking into account the lifetime value of that user that you will always have, and then you play with the data to put it on the vertical system. And yeah, that's a good point. For those who don't know lifetime value, the various rates and the cost factor, cost benefit ratio, and that ratio is very important. With one number, you can know what's the state of business, customer value, the customer service, free shipping, subsidies. Everything must go into the cap, and that ratio must be 3, 5, or 10, and that's business model is successful. If it's 1 or 2, then it's just covering your marketing costs. You need to increase it. So all companies, to the point that you were making, all e-commerce companies today are not paying much attention to this. They think that maybe you know more about this topic. That is not necessarily the case. I've been working in this business for 10 years, and we have gained a lot of experience on the way. E-commerce is not 1 or 2 people. Read the annual reports of Free Market and Amazon. How many people work there during the pandemic? Amazon hired 100,000 partners. It's not 1, 2, 3, or 5 people. It's not an extension of physical world. It's a new concept that has to communicate to be omnichannel. It's important to have 1 or 2 at colleges and universities. We grew together online with the innovative attitude, but it's a business that requires major human capital. Anyways, it is important to put the client at the center. Massive consumption companies, major transnational corporations, and you who live on the crack, and many times profitability hasn't been an issue, but today it is. Let's move to Julian to deal with his 2015 launch. They have experienced a fast growth in Latin America, including Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, Peru, and Chile, among others. Which were the keys to their success, and how did they get their business model to successfully penetrate in all the countries in the region? I'm very sorry that I was not here with President Uribe, but it's about working. We haven't stopped since day 0 when we thought of this idea. Rapid did not grow because it had a great idea, but because it had a great technology behind it. And also, I'm sorry to be a bit redundant in my speech, but we have always heard the user pay attention to him or her. I remember some of the conversations we had. I saw the entry of Rapid in Chile. You also try to understand the consumer, and you came in with the model that was with full service in Colombia, and you understood that the consumer was involved, so you got into that line of thinking. You know how to penetrate a new market and expand your offer. I think that we will tropicalize it but that's because of the understanding we have of the consumer and the market. Pardon me for repeating it, but we're not going to get entangled into all the things. We cannot start a vertical today and then have to turn it off later. We are super data driven. We are obsessed, very much obsessed with satisfying the consumer so that he will come back, so that that cat will go down, not only for economic reasons, because we need that rapid flywheel to work perfectly. So it's an hyper mega big concept. So we are one of the 10 most important clients of Amazon in Latin America. So this gives you an idea of the size of our complexity. We are a free market. We are a bank. We are an Expedia because we have a travel side, and we have CPGs in our app. We have the Deutschland because we have restaurants. So imagine all the complex web into one app, and we have Rappi Favor, and that's an order which is very important to us because what we always had was that, and that would lead us to ask a rapid provider, go through Éxito, and go and purchase whatever you need with them, which is amazing. So Rappi Favor, if I had a soccer game to attend, yeah, that's what Brazil will tell you. In Colombia, there were ladies that would come back home very tired and wanted some help to do their luggage, or the lady had to cut onions, and they would call Rappi Favor for that. And 3 young men who wanted to play PlayStation to be able to play a tournament, and the grandchildren that have to take their grandmas on a stroll in the park, they will call us as well. So it's not about all the intriguing things behind it, but it's really providing solutions to problems. So you need to understand the market and every consumer in the market, but also go hand in hand with our partners like PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, all the big ones, so they will help us get into the market and understand that consumer beyond. And also, that's important together with the company. Now, considering your success, Fernando, and looking at the high growth rates, what were the keys or strategies you used to quickly identify the needs of the Peruvian market and adapt your offers to it? First thing was to look at the online service. We were buying and selling inventory, and over the years we decided to have a hybrid model between marketplace and e-commerce like Amazon. And at first it was an uphill battle because people would look at us as a competition. But then we were very lucky. I was invited to a global commodity meeting in Wuhan, China, and I can assure you that everybody knows that location because it's the origin of the pandemic. It was very interesting because I started to understand all the Southeast Asia and Chinese models. Everybody knows about the .com, but not the .wow, which is the initial C2C market in China, and Tmall, which is a super shopping mall online. And I would see that they had massive consumption. Amazon, their competition were all there. They had their storefront. So I was really delighted, and I loved it. And this is quite a digital model, and I wonder why it's not outside China, and then I can bring it to Peru and extend it to the region. We went to Colombia and Chile as well. I think we failed in targeting Mexico as a second market, but we decided to tropicalize the Chinese market. And just as we did service competition for the users, we have to do the same thing for sellers, because those who are doing the inventory invoicing is the seller. We are the platform and the infrastructure. It's a site for payment platforms, 15 logistical operators. We must make this idea as simple as possible so that important brands, ladies, stockers, etc., online could use us. So I came up with this platform that we didn't have to tell everybody, and we're going to leverage all the mortar stores, brick and mortar stores, and once you have a consumer and is walking into the store, everything you will do is to put the stuff in a bag, put the invoice, and it's ready to be delivered. You will let know one of our logistical points that they have to do the pickup. So that's how we draw from many B2C brands, and then we went to B2B, which were the PepsiCo, Procter & Gamble, 7-Eleven. And at first, in the first year, we said, we have to do the same. Let us triangulate this with a distributor. Because at first they wanted to invoice. Procter will give you 7 bundles or parcels wholesale, but we wanted to do unit products, and then we triangulated. This is your store. Ultimately, you do promotion, branding, the packaging, etc., and I will take care of the rest, payments, getting to the final user or end user. And it was great for us. It was a hit. Only during the pandemic, it was looking at the free market, we started thinking of a category that has a higher benefit than others. It's the least tapped category. Everybody was on domestic appliances, and those who had experience on this would buy or acquire something else. But we were convinced that the consumer packaged goods was going to be 2 or 3 weeks, but that's very short term. It became a mass consumption product, 1/3 to fashion, and then the rest, pets, sports items, household items, household goods. And then we would only not focus on the consumer, but on the 5-wheel models to make it successful. It is important how today mass consumption companies have to start thinking on how to get to the consumer quickly and easily, using these companies that will help them. And now, considering startups, how can big companies compete with major companies, major players, and react quickly to the new consumer needs? It is without question a challenge. All big companies have that challenge because they're so big, and many things are happening within them, so they can lead them to take the focus out of the eye, out of the ball. So, as we were saying, it is more difficult to shift the change towards the focus on new things. It's very difficult for a small company to compete with a big company. You should not underestimate small competitors because there are many. At the end of the day, it's like the big white elephant as an analogy, and the other ones are small ants, but they are generating major disruption to respond. So I'm so glad to hear that you're talking about the profound or the deep end user, but this is an advantage because obviously they have the insight and the metrics, but in practice there are things happening. Two things. On the one hand, there's a traditional formula for doing things, so despite the fact that you have the data shifting towards something new and different, as opposed to the traditional way in which we've been executing everything in a big company, will generate anxiety. Can we really reach out to the rest? It is more difficult to get out of the comfort zone and get back to the business as usual, and that's a big challenge. We need to have in-house champions that are willing to accept that change. Two, we also have to deal with investments. There are many fronts open. There are many things in fashion that are becoming the in thing, and we want to try many different things. We have to keep trying by trial and error until we make it, and we have to be clear on where you want to go, not do any pilot testing because something became fashionable and you want to test it. We need to think hard where we want to go, what we want to do with that. We want to partnerships to try to be able to work in a more nimble way. And we have oftentimes seen leveraging human resources, and we think this, I'm not going to do this, I'm going to divest, I'm going to get rid of this brand or business to refocus on this one, which has a future trend. So there should be a balance between the traditional way in which I've been doing things and where future is business analytics combined with a greater focus to be able to have greater activity along those lines. And then you have to think of the future. I think in Latin America we're too reactive rather than proactive. In the U.S., millennials saw 70 million people, Z generation 79. So it's half of the United States, and they are 100% digital. They hate to go to the physical world, while they may have little purchasing power today, but they have like 4 or 5 decades ahead. So you have to keep having that forward-looking approach going forward. And when we were talking about data, I was talking a lot about data as well. And there's no question in my mind that they're both complementary. You look at Rappi, Melio, or any of these big players in the market. My invitation, provocation to you is not to use all that, which will be very helpful, but if you pay a bonus to people, it will be helpful. But we're talking about something which is really central. You're talking about undeclared data, which is this Dunnhumby, Nielsen, Cantora characters are telling you. I think this is very important because you get a bonus on that account, but you must have on 100% compartmented data, so you can have an outlet by saying this is with 100% complementary products. Beauty of this type of data is that it will get Juliana dieting at home and not in the office. So if you go to the consumer, you have to do that and keep it in mind so you can add it to the formula. Perfect. Now, we need to rush a little bit so we can cover all the questions or field all the questions. We know that the data is essential, and both multinational companies and startups need data, Julian. And now tell me, Julian, Rappi is a Colombian company which has experienced a fast growth in Latin America in recent years. How has Rappi adapted to the particular features of the Latin American market where it operates, and what are the barriers it has found on the way? Too many barriers. You have a doctorate on that too? Yes. Yeah, we're more or less on that same court. I think that if there weren't any barriers every day. No, you have a doctorate on many things. I can tell you a lot about that, but we keep learning. We keep seeing and learning. We are more responsible every day and smarter every day, and we know that we have to find better talent to be better. That's what's happening to us today. How do you get to every market? Yes, by going to the user, but bringing in the people from that locals to do that. I mean, you have the very good Peruvians. We have found some of the best in the world, great entrepreneurs, consultants, FMCG people that we consider to bring them in. We have had too many barriers and problems, and we always see that as opportunities and solutions to keep growing. So from the regulatory side that we've been facing, and we'll keep facing it for a long, long time to come while we are working for the public, and there's some caveats, and we were also working with the governments to be able to express our concern from the outset, from the get-go, since we started, and we never thought or imagined that it was going to grow so fast and so much. Rappi is a humble company because in less than 8 years, we are invoicing more than $5 million, which is like big scaling, hyper roll type of model. So everything you have to do for a tech company, and when we needed that big scaling, we did it very well. Today, we are thinking on how to cut down on costs and go to B2, and then we will have problems coming our way every day, but we are poised to solve them. I think that our culture is a very specific culture which has made us to like problems, be fascinated by them, and we oftentimes fight about what problem we want to solve. And we have not lost that in new markets, and we brought in a CEO from Dorrit Dodge in the US. CMO is the CMO from Rappi in Latin America. So I think this is very important to know, like that 30 or 40 Americans are working there because of their leadership, but we're not shy or embarrassed to learn or to lose, because it's always an opportunity.
This is a topic that has to do 100% of culture. It's high performance. We don't want to put an apple on each person's desk for them to feel better. We're not concerned with that. What we're concerned with is how do we transform the life in Latin America. If we need to work 18 hours a day doing that, then we will. I have been working. I have not been able to lose weight. This is my issue, and that's my obsession, to really transform the life of Latin Americans. So it becomes like an addiction, like a sickness. We wake up early. We like this. If we enter an office, I have customers that are very close to us prior to the pandemic, but we go for short visits maybe, but before we had clients that were very close to us. They would say, please, let me go to your office and spend a little time there. May I? And they will come with their entire leadership team. We would have PMI, the president of Coca-Cola. I can name 3 more, and they will bring their whole team. They will put them in a little room, and they'll tell them, look, they don't have a pretty office, pretty chairs. They're concerned about scaling their business. I think it's a cultural matter. In Chile and Peru, I was with you. Yeah, those offices were pretty. We used to like to travel to Chile because it was a very pretty office there. We have had really good stories here. Fernando, understanding that you have had a successful career, what are some of the main obstacles that entrepreneurs in Latin America have faced in trying to initiate a business in the region? We have people who have been successful, but 8 of every 10 startup will fail, whether because of leadership or whatever. Well, this data says 9 of 10 fail. It's a very high level, but there is a lot of challenges, like Julian says. I see challenges as opportunities. To me, there are 3 or 4 things that if you don't have, whether it's a mature company or technology company, it's going to be difficult. We need a team. You might have the best ideas in the world, but if you don't have a team that knows how to execute and implement, the time is your worst enemy. And if you don't have that, you're not going to do that. You can bring the Rappi model that started in Indonesia. They say, oh, no, because it comes from developed market. No, that's not it. In China, for instance, there's a lot of innovation, a lot of advancement, and talent is expensive. We brought people that came from other places, and many of them didn't even last 6 months. They did their work well at the retailers, but when you are new, like Linea Junto, nobody knows you, that you have other capabilities. And to me, culture is number two. You have to deal with a person, their attitude. You might have the best abilities, the best capabilities, best knowledge. A lot of times people focus it that way, but for me, attitude is like 80% of it, because you can learn anything, whether it's in nuclear physics or cardiovascular surgery. But we hired new people who had just graduated, and they were thirsty for knowledge, for to win. So human resources is good. I see an alignment there with what Julian was saying. The purpose, how to mobilize that team. You might want to work at a business where the conditions are not the best necessarily, or they might not pay the best salaries, but you have to be mobile. I think we talk a lot about how to connect with a purpose. I if you're not connected with your purpose, you might as well stop right there. Uh, we we do this in feedbacks and everything. Are you okay? Are you at the point of burnout? But are you still connected? Do you think you can continue? Are you still obsessed with Latin America? Can you continue? If they say no, well then I think it's a combination of many crazy people in the company who are pushing forward. I believe this is the greatest challenge of large businesses. For instance, it's a reality that I lived while I was working. In large businesses, there are talents that have been there for a long time. It's not very easy to change over. You have a valuable experience there, especially if it's a multinational, for instance, but you need new blood that are constantly training and changing the cultural mindset. So in that conversion of your team, of those who have been working for a long time, then that change is going to take some time. How many of you here run or in some kind of sports? Working with Gatorade, when I it started in 2015, the idea it was we would come with your cup, and they will give you a bottle of Gatorade and a cup. But we would have over 1 million sports people, athletes in these events, and we would give them a little cup of drink. This golden opportunity was to capture this person's data. In the 80s, we did not have this technology, but now we have the technology, and we can capitalize on that individual and capture their data. How many of you drink new drinks when you're doing a 5K or a marathon? Nobody does. You begin your training when you start training for that. And if I can capture a journey and I'm constantly capitalizing on that, I'm contacting that athlete, I have a lifetime value with that athlete. And this is simple. We were able to execute this over a period of 2 to 3 years. We started with lack of knowledge with digital tools. So our legal team, we would ask them, why can't I ask for a birth certificate and put it in a database? And many do their work because it's part of the regulation where they're subject to a larger inspection. This generates a slower process for this technology. You have to have a balance and face the obstacles of how we reach the final consumer, and with having educating not just the person who is managing this, but the ones, including the legal team. It is important what we're talking about, how the company mobilizes and based on an objective that goes beyond profitability. How do we help a consumer to solve his problem of speed or whatever, they might have more time. And we have to respond to 3 questions. First, you have to believe. When your team believes in the projects, they say, yes, I believe in this, and then they have to respond whether they really want to be in that organization, and then they have to answer, am I able to do this? Do I have the capability? It's just as the same with sport, marriage, a new project in life. These are very good points. Let's ask you, Jen, what do you think is the main obstacle that a multinational who wants to have success in Latin America? Sometimes in analytics, sometimes they're lacking information. They need to understand this information with data. Well, the data is there. The adaptation of that information to clear and specific actions. The example I was stating, the data is there, but then execution is slower because you have to educate and they have to be emancipated. And that's basic. Another obstacle is this idea of global solution that would apply to Latin America. There's always the error of arriving at a solution that I want to replicate it from one market to the next. If you go from Asia to, if you want to tropicalize it, in multinationals, to be successful, they have to be clear on this. Now, there is an economy of scale. There is the challenge of maintaining the best efficiency. There's always this desire of applying what happens in one place to apply it to another place. The idea is to customize this, to personalize it. It's important. To tropicalize it is important. And I like this word of localization, global and but local, with local applications. In the physiology in North America is different from the physiology of a woman in Latin America. So how do we make these modifications so that we can make it work for the final consumer? We worked with the rocks. Like the value proposition is different. The Latin American is different. And I believe multinational to enter Latin America is how do I use data and how within this can I adapt my proposal so I can capitalize on the economy of scale, but toward Latin America with a solution that is according to the needs of the Latin American consumer. Thank you so much. Our time is reaching an end. We have a full day ahead of us. Let us go now to the questions from the public. They're coming in. I believe that this topic is very interesting on streaming. Let us start with Jorge Bayuna. He is here somewhere. Jorge asks, a question for everybody, so we have to be really swift in responding let's go right to the grain. How do we act in uncertain and with long time investments that the transformational projects require, and who should lead in those efforts? Was it understood? Yes, I could start there. It is important what we call EBITDAs and measure it, try it, measure, try and measure. And if it doesn't work, then you cut your losses. and it is all part of innovate and fail is almost synonymous. And that constant process of innovating, you have a team that is persistent, is resilient. If they fail, then they learn and they pivot from there and they start again, or they start again from zero. I think we need a flexible team. The management team has to be on board, knowing that there will be projects that will not prosper. In Latin America, to fail is a very bad word, but the process of innovation includes failing. I would say, I believe that the multinationals, and I like Latin America with regard to a multinational because they have a little bit more permission to do certain things. In North America, it's a little more difficult. But I would say that leadership has to come from opening to do pilot projects. You don't have to do it all over the region, but you can do it in small section. There has to be budget for this, a budget where you're focused on the core of the business, but there should be an opening to prove new and different things with a clear mission. uh, Certain things become trendy and they say, let's try this. But what do you want to achieve with this? What's the long-term vision? How can this be a crawl, walk, and run exercise? With that impatience, you want to start out running, and that's not possible. So I believe you need to have that opening for pilot programs and make this test with people like Rappi and to understand this and have data quickly. I believe we are in line with what my colleagues here are saying. One, you have to believe in what you have and backed up by numbers, and there is a size of the opportunity. Two, you have to look for examples of a market feed. If not, you pivot quickly, you turn around, and maybe you thought you were going to have a X business, but it turned out to be Y. You need talent. Talent density is very important in Latin America, where every country is different. This is quite important. And fourth, resilience. A lot of resilience, because aside from all the headwinds you will face as an innovator, our cultures in Latin America are not created and for an innovator. You have to have a lot of resiliency, but because everything is processing and red tape in Latin America, maybe you'll take a year or a year and a half, where somewhere else it takes 3-4 months, but you have to believe in it. There is another question from the public. Let's see who would like to answer this from our streaming audience. We could spend hours on this topic here. Yes. Lilian Marin from Colombia, and this is a question that I know uh, want to be solved by many people, but she says there are many tools that they're thinking about urban areas, but what about the rural areas where 90% of these people don't have internet? How do you reach these consumers? Who is thinking about them? Okay, we can answer that really quickly. It depends a lot on what you want to do. There are companies like Fruana, is a Colombian company, footprint in Latin America, which I think they mix agro with producers, with cities, so that they can sell their products in a more technological manner with restaurants when the number of these they look at their key accounts versus the very small one. We find cities like Bogota. There are companies. I believe what we need to do is to see how we can continue to create this possibility of more marketing and technology be a vehicle for this to continue creating this in our countries. I don't know what's the percentage, but Brazil is the more highly agricultural country. You have a JBS, the large meat producer. I think we need to continue to work very hard on this. The companies need to see how we make that union beyond a foundation to help and support these individuals who live in the rural areas so that they can be connected. First, technology, it doesn't matter where you are. Oh, and there's government, technology, corporates to see how we have this bridge. For instance, potato production is strong. There is the PepsiCo Foundation that helps. I think there are some trends that will help, and they're capitalizing on this. The rural areas that provide a very important benefit changed from being just China. We're going to the labor market in Latin America, and this is something that is effervescent right now. We need to do this to have that sustainability that we're looking for, in addition to have that purpose to see how this fits in with Latin American reality, how they can capitalize on the environment and to develop from the point of view of productivity, how to help these people in the rural area. Maybe it's not as visible as in urban areas, but I think there is a lot of development in the rural area. I believe all governments, independently of what party it is, they want to include in their agenda the digital world, because this provides greater opportunity for work, the purchase of products and services and information. Everything is digital now, so it provides greater knowledge to everybody, whether it's urban or rural. I think Colombia has done a great job. I think all governments need to have this on their agenda. It will help for economies to be more prosperous. Yesterday we had a lunch with the presidents, with President Uribe, and this was one of the things he transmitted. I think the states have to take care of the private world, because the private world, the private sector, is going to integrate everyone in society, everyone, not just some. So it's aligned with Lily's question. So this, our panel, it comes up to this point. We hope you enjoyed it, and the Q&A. The more important, it was more important to listen, however, to what you had to say. Thanks to everyone. I hope you have enjoyed this, and we will be seeing you after the break. Thank you very much.
Como ya lo dije, Pepe, salimos a break, 20 minutos.
Take 20 minutes for break. Thanks to Jill, Julian, and Fernando for this talk we had. We will see you now at 11 o'clock.
Buenos días, bienvenidos al segundo día de el Summit Latinoamérica. Ahorita estamos de nuevo con Jill Leccia, que nos quien acaba de formar parte del panel tan interesante sobre todo los modelos de negocio exitosos, etcétera. Bienvenida, Jill, aquí al Coffee Break. Jill, quería preguntarte en cuanto a la medición de un modelo de negocio de un startup, ¿cuánto tiempo realmente, ahora que contamos con tanta tecnología, ha modificado los tiempos para medir un modelo de negocio exitoso? ¿Cuándo es el momento de pivotear? ¿Cuánto tiempo darle a ese proyecto?
Sí, mira, yo creo que el tiempo es una dimensión un poco complicada, ¿no? Para mí tiene que ver más con la escala del negocio en lo que realmente puedes ver. O sea, obviamente desde el punto de vista tecnológico, esos tiempos se han acortado, pero tiene que ver con un modelo también de pivotear, de específicamente qué negocio estás trabajando. Y entonces ese tiempo va a depender más de la escala del negocio, que permita obviamente seguir y cómo se compara eso contra los objetivos que se han generado. Porque al final del día, un modelo exitoso se forma también en función de qué objetivos te trazaste como negocio, como startup. O sea, tienes que tener claro dónde quieres hacer el break-even del negocio y sobre eso entonces definir, mira, estoy en el camino correcto, estoy pivoteando. O sea, yo creo que lo que sí diría es que abandonar las ideas porque la primera vez no funciona, creo que es un error, ¿no? Y ahí es donde tenemos que cambiar un poco la mentalidad en decir, bueno, ¿cómo pivoteamos? ¿Cómo somos mucho más ágiles en entender rápido y cambiar y probar algo nuevo? Versus solamente decir, bueno, aquí abandono la idea. Entonces creo que el tema tiempo es una dimensión más difícil, creo que tiene que ver más con el objetivo que te has trazado y sobre ese contexto decir, bueno, ¿dónde está el momento de escala que estoy buscando?
En emprendimientos que de repente empiezan a menores escalas, con un presupuesto limitado, a la hora de invertir en data, ¿cuál es tu recomendación como consultora de hacia dónde apuntar con un presupuesto limitado? O sea, ¿cuál es el must que cualquier emprendedor debe tomar en cuenta con pocos recursos?
Mira, yo diría que la data, obviamente la data numérica va a ser muy crítica, ¿no? Hay formas de hacerlo de manera mucho más sencilla, ya sea buscando tendencias y lo que llamamos third party data, que información que puedes tener. Y después creo que ahí hay muchas maneras de ser muy scrappy en cómo estás llegando a ese consumidor entendiéndolo. A veces pensamos que nos queremos quedar sentados desde nuestra computadora tratando de ver qué hacemos y a veces hay que salir a patear calle, como digo yo. Hay maneras muy sencillas de ir. Yo creo mucho en la data cualitativa donde realmente estás llegando directamente al consumidor a entender. Social media listening no es costoso y es algo que puedes hacer también, pero después compleméntalo con data cualitativa, patea calles, sal a escuchar, a observar al consumidor. Eso es clave. Sin eso realmente no estás haciendo nada, estás solamente sentado, yo me digo los guerreros del teclado detrás de una computadora tratando de ver de dónde consigues data. Hay que salir a la calle y revisarlo.
Los escuchábamos a los tres conversando sobre la importancia que es tener claro las necesidades del consumidor latinoamericano, como comentabas tú en el panel, la adaptabilidad de repente de empresas transnacionales que llegan y quieren aplicar la misma propuesta, ¿no? Pero no se menciona nada acerca en el journey del cliente, del consumidor, la parte de atención al cliente, del customer service, del after yes. ¿Qué tan importante es para ti a la hora de tú asesorar a un startup o a una empresa ya establecida? Es el después, de repente, sobre todo en e-commerce, que el cliente muchas veces se siente como solo y no escuchado, ¿no? Sobre todo el latinoamericano, que necesitamos pues sentir que está esa calidez humana ahí presente siempre.
Sí, importantísimo, ¿no? Obviamente no hablamos específicamente de eso, pero sí hablamos de las experiencias y cómo las experiencias tienen que ser integrales y hay que entregar esa personificación que hablábamos también tiene que ver con eso. Entonces, si ves el ciclo de uso de un producto, o sea, desde el momento en que tú generas el awareness de ese producto y obviamente creas entonces la necesidad de probarlo, la necesidad de tenerlo en las manos, utilizarlo, ese after purchase es crítico porque es el feedback o la data que te va a permitir pivotear y entender qué está funcionando y qué no está funcionando y cómo eso realmente impacta pues el modelo de negocio que estás teniendo. Entonces, Clave realmente el after purchase es crítico, poder entender esa atención al cliente, obviamente depende del producto, hay productos que necesitan una atención al cliente más dedicada y por lo cual hay que hacer inversiones en esa parte, pero sin duda en todos los productos y en todos los startups tienes que entender ese ciclo completo porque es el cierre de eso que te va a dar también el word of mouth, si hay una buena experiencia, el word of mouth para seguir creciendo ese negocio. Entonces, clave realmente el after purchase.
Jill, y finalmente ya hoy es el segundo día y el último de esta conversación que plantea Grupo Hola. ¿Qué te parece esta iniciativa? ¿Qué te pareció la experiencia, el feedback de los asistentes?
Excelente, la verdad es que, bueno, primero siempre es muy enriquecedor, o sea, a pesar que yo trabajo en consultoría, a pesar que tengo años en la industria, siempre escuchar desde otros puntos de vista, de otras empresas, entonces esa fertilización que existe hoy por hoy de podernos reunir en espacios como estos son fantásticos. La verdad es que mis felicitaciones al Grupo Hola, creo que ha sido un gran evento, grandes panelistas y realmente enriquecedor poder otra vez reencontrarme con algunos de mis colegas y también aprender de otros nuevos que no conocía.
Bueno, Jill, muchísimas gracias de verdad. Además que me encanta una paisana por aquí, por estos lados. Ahora, seguimos conversando con ellos, aprovechando que los tenemos aquí cerquita para seguir sacándoles información. Gracias, Jill. Hola, ¿qué tal? Sí, hola, Julián, bienvenido, mucho gusto. Estamos bien, nos vemos bien, encantado. Bueno, qué interesante panel, qué maravilla. Ustedes ayer y hoy también el equipo de Rappi pues enfocó muchísimo el éxito de ustedes a través de la obsesión de entender al cliente, al consumidor latinoamericano. Ayer en uno de los paneles mencionaban que no hay muchas diferencias entre los mercados de Latinoamérica, nos parecemos mucho más que nos diferenciamos. ¿Qué consideran ustedes en Rappi al respecto de ese quote?
Sin duda, mira, yo creo que depende como de la perspectiva que se quiera ver. Hay tanto de cercanía como tanto también de diferencias. Quiero decir, muchas veces entre el mismo país, no sé, estás en México y la persona que es de Monterrey, Ciudad de México, pues se hablan totalmente diferente, tienen culturas diferentes, pero al final vamos para el mismo lado, tenemos la misma sensación de ser latinoamericanos. Coincido en lo que se decía en el panel de ayer. Creo que el valor a agregar ahí en cada una de las conversaciones es cómo nosotros podemos entender cada mercado teniendo talento local que nos ayude a nosotros a ese entendimiento y nosotros ser también esos enablers o las personas que propician ese entendimiento a través de la data y la información.
¿Cómo ha sido la interacción y la educación de Rappi a ese usuario, a esas generaciones que la tecnología no es nativa, bien sea los baby boomers, la generación Y? ¿Cómo se ha adaptado, cómo se hace ese camino para que ese consumidor se sienta cómodo, seguro, confiado de poner su confianza y su dinero en un servicio virtual?
Yo creo que no ha sido nada fácil. Por lo mismo que vos estabas diciendo, yo creo que Latinoamérica per se, nomás la penetración de e-commerce es una penetración súper baja. Cuando nosotros arrancamos sigue siendo baja aún y nos muestra que hay un tamaño de oportunidad gigante para poder capitalizar y poder crear compañías como Alibaba o como Amazon en Latinoamérica. Entonces eso es lo que nos muestra a nosotros que, como ese North Star Metric, de entender que sí hay posibilidades para poderlo hacer. También entendemos que el consumidor ha ido evolucionando, ¿no? Y el consumidor era complicado al principio porque no entendía nada diferente, inclusive el journey para comprar un producto en Latinoamérica hace 8, 9, 10 años era terrible. Hoy ya te das cuenta que la tecnología y el producto que se ha creado para eso, pues hace que el producto y la tecnología sean mucho más, no solamente reliable, sino también que se vea mucho mejor ese journey y que el UX para cualquier usuario sea mejor. Entonces creo que con base a lo que digo para cerrarte es producto y tecnología upfront, poniéndola siempre como un frontline para poder mostrar que existe la capacidad y que haya confianza, pero también conectando como con las otras aristas del negocio. ¿Qué quiero decir? No haces nada teniendo un UX súper bonito y convenciendo a la gente que te compre si tu logística terminas o sigue siendo ineficiente. Entonces es como ¿cómo vas a hacer que todo ese flywheel de verdad no solamente sea bonito en un PowerPoint, sino que a la hora de la ejecución funcione perfecto? Bueno.
Bueno, Julián, de verdad que muchísimas gracias. Ha sido genial escucharlos, que sigan los éxitos. ¿Qué te ha parecido todo esto, esta conversación que planteó Grupo Hola?
Súper, me encanta. Creo que es un súper espacio para, no solamente para conectarnos entre todos, sino para entender un poco cuáles son como sus puntos de vista de diferentes industrias, diferentes países, pero sobre todo y más importante es entender que esto viene evolucionando, que hay que montarse y que definitivamente no hay nada que nos haga ver cosas imposibles en Latinoamérica, sino que tenemos esa resiliencia con la que nos criaron y con la que hemos crecido para poder ser una región supremamente potente, no solamente de la perspectiva económica, sino de tecnología.
Mil gracias.
A vos.
Un placer.
Chao, gracias.
Bueno, ahora vamos con Fernando D'Alessio, el tercer panelista de hoy, que también nos alimentó de una información increíble. Bienvenido, Fernando, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué tal te ha parecido toda la dinámica del Grupo Hola?
No, buenísimo, la verdad que los paneles de ayer, paneles como este, la verdad que uno aprende, todos los días uno no deja de aprender y la verdad que excelente iniciativa con este evento de conocer un poco más las realidades de los diferentes países en Latinoamérica.
Fernando, siendo ustedes registrando un gran éxito como en la experiencia en e-commerce, etcétera, no se tocó el punto en el journey del cliente del after purchase, o sea, del customer service, porque de repente hay muchas empresas que se enfocan en captarlo, pero ¿qué pasa en el después, sobre todo en digital?
Sí, mira, hay un indicador que nosotros lo medíamos tanto en línea como en juntos, que es el NPS, el Net Promoter Score. Básicamente, los promotores que han tenido una excelente experiencia y van a recomendarte, y los detractores que no han tenido una experiencia óptima y probablemente ni siquiera hablen bien de ti, ¿no? Y no solamente con sus conocidos, sino en redes sociales, donde es exponencial el alcance, ¿no? Entonces, estos 5 variables, definitivamente uno de ellos es el postventa. El primero empieza por qué buena experiencia tienes navegando en la plataforma. El segundo es la parte más comercial, oye, qué tan buenos son el catálogo de productos, los precios. El tercero es el servicio al cliente, ¿no? Y en Latinoamérica te lo tienes que tener por todos los canales. El call center, WhatsApp, chat, email, redes sociales. De ahí está la parte logística. Me llegó bien, me llegó rápido, me llegó gratis. Y es la cuarta. Y la quinta es el postventa. Tengo que hacer una devolución, oye, ¿cómo es el proceso? ¿Es engorroso? ¿Me van a cobrar el envío de vuelta? ¿O no es fácil? ¿No me devuelven el dinero? ¿O me dan una nota de crédito? Entonces, uno si quiere medir la satisfacción del cliente, que al final afecta este famoso Customer Lifetime Value, el valor del cliente a lo largo de la vida, que es al final el KPI más importante de cualquier negocio, tú tienes que dar una buena experiencia en los 5 componentes. Y el postventa es súper importante, ¿no? Entonces, cuando empezamos esto hace casi 12 años, éramos la primera empresa que, en Perú, por ejemplo, que devolvíamos el dinero. Todos los grandes retailers te decían no te crédito, pero ¿qué pasa si he tenido una tan mala experiencia que no quiero regresar más? Entonces no te crédito es casi como perder el dinero, ¿no? Entonces le estás dando la conveniencia y el servicio que nadie lo daba y eso hace que ganes a un cliente y lo fidelices para toda la vida, ¿no? Entonces el postventa es clave y va mucho de la mano con el tercer pilar que es el customer service, porque en el postventa generalmente hay empresas que ya como Amazon lo hacen todo digital. Aprietas unos cuantos botones y el proceso es súper sencillo, amigable, te dan el dinero muy rápido. En Latinoamérica la gente todavía quiere ir a hablar con alguien. Entonces te vuelven al pilar o la variable número 3, que es el customer service, y te van a llamar cómo lo atiendes. Lo atendiste rápido. A veces, hoy día hay mucho de estos chatbots, entonces son unas máquinas que te responden. Si es una persona un poco mayor, ellos odian esas máquinas y quieren hablar con una persona. Entonces, ¿qué tan rápido? Y lo medíamos esos KPIs, ¿no? ¿Qué tan rápido contestas el teléfono? ¿Qué tan rápido contestas el email? ¿Qué tan rápido contestas el chat? Las redes sociales. Le solucionas el problema. ¿En cuánto tiempo le solucionas el problema? Entonces, todas esas variables son súper importantes. Y yo no lo digo solo por e-commerce o marketplaces. En verdad, debería ser en cualquier negocio y cualquier sector, digamos, ¿no?
Bueno, Fernando, muchísimas gracias, de verdad, ha sido una excelente oportunidad podernos escuchar. Gracias a todos por acompañarnos y seguimos más tarde por aquí por Coffee Break. Gracias.
Gracias.
Un placer.
Igualmente.
largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Beginning our session. No.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers.
Hola, hola.
Hello. We're back from this coffee break. Last panel was very good. We were short on it, talking to some of the panelists. It was very dynamic and energizing, and we hope that the next one will be also very fun, and we have great panelists. Welcome to session on changes in the supply chain. In this panel, we shall consider how the consumer habits are defining the supply chains. I'm thrilled to introduce our moderator to us, John Price, CEO of America Market Intelligence, who will lead this session with our distinguished panelists like Nabil Malouli, VP Global E-Commerce, Miguel Vergara, co-founder, CEO, Rifka Bernstein, VP Enterprise Account Manager, Americas, Phil Reebok, Chief Revenue Officer, Yalo. And we will have a one-on-one conversation with Isu Nayalki, President of the Association of Maquiladoras, will give us his view about the nearshoring opportunities in Central America. So, without question, it will be a fascinating, very well-informed session. So, John, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, again. The panelists, please join us on the podium. Let us sit down and start our discussion. Very well. As indicated at the beginning, on this panel we're going to discuss the major growth, logistical growth that have resulted from e-commerce. When I and my team started to examine logistics 20 years ago, this was an industry that was away from the public limelight, but in Latin America, thanks to the pandemic, everything changed. And suddenly, through e-commerce and all the emergency movement of medical equipment, the logistical industry again became very important for the region and also of critical importance and interest for the financial markets. Today we have a most interesting panel who are subject matter experts on logistics and e-commerce. Here with us we have Nabil Malouli, VP Global E-Commerce and Return from DHL. He is a global leader of a multidisciplinary background, and he is versed on startups, investment, and a speaker, and we've been talking for 16 years. I mean, we have met a long time ago, and it's been a pleasure to see him thrive in DHL. Thank you. I'd like to greet Phil Sebok, Chief Revenue Officer of Yalo, a company that is specialized on conversational trade, offering packaging solutions, automated solutions to companies and organizations. And though it doesn't seem so, he has 25 years of experience on the SaaS high growth type events. Thank you, Phil. Also, we welcome Rifka Bernstein, VP of Enterprise Account Manager, Americas of TRAX. Went through operations, leading the global team of professional services, and as current VP, commercial VP for Latin America, she's been capable of developing and implementing solutions that will address and resolve the most complex problems of their customers. Welcome, Rifka. And we also welcome Miguel Angel Vergara, co-founder and CEO of Instance Latam, the main e-commerce accelerator of Hispanic America and part of the Ola ecosystem. Instance is connecting hundreds of SMEs with their electronic digital clients in Peru, Chile, and Mexico. So, Miguel Angel, welcome. Today we have divided our discussion in three parts. And when we are done with this panel, please don't leave. We will continue a second conversation with Mario Kanawati from Honduras. As we discussed in depth yesterday, the event that will mark our memories for our lifetime is the pandemic. The logistical industry was very much impacted and driven by this industry, by this pandemic. So let us now start with the COVID-related questions. For you, Nabil, despite the fact that most of the consumers have returned to retail shops, something that we were seeing on the Ola Group data yesterday for most of their purchases, it would appear that the electronic commerce will continue to grow in Latin America. Which were some of the operational changes that companies like DHL introduced during COVID to stay current with the demand, and what logistical barriers should still be overcome to continue on the rising trajectory of e-commerce in Latin America? That's right. I think this is the most interesting year because we're seeing that a lot of newspapers and what's been discussed on e-trade is about the reduction of growth rates. And I think this is an obvious event, but it doesn't tell the whole story of it, because after 3 years of growth in Latin America, in fact, Latin America was the fastest growing economy in 2021 and 23 with over 25% growth rates compared to the world, but it will not stay because the base is larger, and we're seeing that people have not only come back to physical stores, brick and mortar, but they're also consuming more services because we had a lot of restrictions in place among countries. So rates have declined this year and will keep on declining, but that the growth has occurred and will continue to occur. So what we're seeing about the forecasts to 2033, e-trade will continue to grow. The pace pre-pandemic, and in some countries between 15 to 20 countries, in others it can be lower. Basically, it will be within that range. What that means is that all companies need to continue to evolve, improve their sales channels, and must invest on it. So logistical companies are, at the end of the day, companies that are assisting brands or value chains to effect that transformation, not only in terms of logistics, but on methods of payments, sale channels, digital marketing. So there are a lot of things that are occurring at the same time, and a lot of time and efforts are being spent on the region to push forward this transformation. In Latin America, we still have growth and penetration rates which are quite low as compared to other regions. And I think here lies the largest opportunity, because when you look at 8, 10, and other rates, there's no question that it will reach 20%. And to my mind, it will grow larger, even to 25%. It's impossible to discuss that because the U.S. is already there. China has 50% penetration rate, and people, except for specific differences, most people are buying online out of a normal human behavior. I mean, it's convenient, has a lot of options, high speed. They want to have access because they don't have it where they live. So it's like a mother-in-law. I mean, it's the same thing everywhere in all regions, the same concept. So this will keep evolving, and it's an area where people will continue to invest, and we will be investing on technology and capabilities to help customers we work with in order to effect this transformation. Now, Nabil, one of the major e-commerce challenges for Latin America has been in the crossing of goods by the border. I mean, when you compare times crossing borders as compared to Asia, as this cross-border transfer of goods improved, in what are the barriers there? It definitely has improved, and there are more opportunities in it. If we look at Latin America, particularly companies that are being faster are the Asian companies, and this is for the benefit of people who are here selling products. They should bear this in mind. The competitor in the past 10 years will be probably a chain or an express, and it's more powerful than today's competitor. So the cross-border brand in terms of packaging in cross-border has grown by twofold compared to the online domestic growth rates, and not only in Latin America, and not only in the US, but also in Latin America. So it's becoming easier. There's still some challenges. The cost of transportation is still present, so not any product can be sold, or you can support the logistical costs. Each customs and customs clearance, each country has its own rules for doing that, so it will vary from country to country, and we have to bear this in mind. But there are also other companies that are using technology to be able to translate the ecosystem, but there are various companies that are targeting this issue and solving one problem at a time, and trying to adjust to the digital ecosystem, handling their environments in a better way. The tariff barriers, calculations, and logistical costs. So that will continue to evolve, and I think this is a very good thing for the region in order to export, which is something that companies are not yet doing, but it's going to be very good for countries in Central America, Colombia, where you have very competitive companies and many products that can be exported directly to the US and other countries in the world. Very well. By the fact that the questioning globalization and data continue to move forward is quite good for this to keep growing. Now, electronic commerce, for those companies that can operate online and their inventories, making payments and giving better care to the customer, their solution has been key for many companies during the pandemic. Now that the pandemic is over, how do you look at the industry interest to keep growing through their own channel? And another question, why many merchants are afraid of selling through their own electronic system, and what are the pros and cons thereof? I see a lot of interest in wanting to sell online. There's a strong motivation on those lines with direct channels on the e-commerce sites, as we call them, and marketing through those platforms. There's a lot of interest, and we can see that the companies are learning how to do that, overcoming fears, and mass consumption products have been sold those channels for over 70 years in the same way, same channels. It is difficult to do it or not to do it. Competing against their own customers obviously will generate some resilience or some controversy in decision making, whether we do it through distributors or not, and on these marketplaces as direct sales channel, it shows that they don't know how to do it, and when they don't know it, they need to gain experience in technology. And obviously, changing a mass consumption company, a manufacturer, or an importer to shift to online selling involves changing their consumption chain all around and making a pick up for a modern channel on a product that will be sold first and then returned. That's where the fears begin. But we see a lot of keen interest on that, and the numbers are backing it up. We see the growth, and we need to go straight to the consumer, and we can proceed in different ways with different platforms, and we will support them all along the process so they can go directly and the consumer can consume faster. Considering fixed costs of handling their own channel, is there a minimal business volume that we need to consider so it will be more profitable than the total outsourcing of the free market? Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, as long as a manufacturer keeps thinking about this, it will be very difficult to do this business in that way. When you are a marketer, you're doing e-commerce, we're talking about the end user and a time period going on with the consumer. When you look at the first margin or the first sale, is very different when you have a customer over time. So to respond, that depends on the mean purchase tickets and the number of orders placed, because those are the final operational costs, and the benefit markup is the benefit that they can get over that. So there are many positioning strategies to develop the channel, and it's different to sell on a neighborhood warehouse or convenience store than selling in Walmart and have a product mix. And you need to understand not only the spot sale but also spread it over time with the consumer and invite manufacturer to see your business, and that will make a difference. There's a lot of what you were saying. What's the spot sale that I'm generating and the marketing I'm doing for that? There's a change of mindset of a B2C or other company which is acquiring an asset that will also matter. During the pandemic, many consumers are making panic or bunker purchases, like the tissue paper. So do you think that this situation has generated greater awareness on the part of retailers to have more information about the status of their inventories? And beyond using short supplies, what are some of the logistical advantages in cost savings of having your own real-time inventories? Yeah, I speak in support of the panel, and I'd like to thank you for having me. I was asked to speak to the brick and mortar or physical stores, and it's always been an issue with the what has the products that have been exhausted, the inventories exhausted, and we have to look at real-time solutions with this problem. First thing that comes to my mind are three very basic points. They may sound basic, but we don't always look at it the same way. First, the savings resulting from automations of the labor of retailers and CPGs, or the promoters you have on these stores working for different CPGs. When we talk about real-time data availability, we have digitized the physical retail world. So if we exactly look at what's happening on the shelf, and we find that there's we have many products that have been sold out, so we can resupply or restock almost immediately, and we can get warnings about it and have nimbler processes in place, so this will translate into greater efficiencies on account of time savings, and this will result in cost savings. So if someone walks into a store and you are using this type of tool and automatic processes, you are serving 5 more people, and we've seen it. So it can result in a 50% cost savings with this labor. That would be the first point. When we think about tissue paper, we all went through that shortage, and there are different categories where we see the importance of tissue paper. It is very easy for a couple of consumers to come and buy a couple of them, and your shelf gets empty. You have to react quickly. In one of the panel discussions yesterday, we looked at some of the categories that have many faces. They have 1 or 2 faces, and if you're not there, you're losing the opportunity for a consumer to buy your product. So it is definitely very important to have well-stocked shelves and well executed. And the second point is the point of the supply chain. Many of the classical models that we have in place when we think of supply chain for these retailers, we're talking about the sales versus inventory data. Many of them have been automated, generating orders of major and modern retailers will be data centric. So it's a mistake to think that those data points are not essential. We need to understand the level of demand and the need for the supply chain. We have sales data when we are operating. We know how much inventory we have, but we also have a shelf capacity, because for each store and capacity, each store and shelf, this can vary. So we are talking about other information points that can be critical in connection to what's happening in this country. For instance, the World Cup and the Argentina is on the final game. We know that beers will, we will run out of beer supplies everywhere. So you have to look at the different points of the supply chain. I need to also add the capacity of the shelf as another critical point. And the other point, which is extremely important as we see it today, especially post-pandemic, is the point of creating or aligning the physical with the digital worlds. Because the fact of the matter is that we see a lot of online buying, but it's very quickly the consumer is making a digital purchase, but the pickup process is still going through the physical retail world. So we need to continue to work on innovations to try and improve that experience for the customer in today's world, because online sales continue to grow, but the retail channel is still there, and we need to streamline that. And one of the most negative experience for the customer is when they don't find what they want to buy. When you're in front of the shelf and you can choose whatever product you want, the frustration is more frustrating when you're doing it online and you get the message that you can't do it and you're not in front of a shelf. So it is quite inconvenient and uncomfortable. So having those 2 points aligned and having product availability with the right pricing for each product is one of the values or benefits I see when we think about executing various solutions that will help us have a better idea of what's happening at the shelf and its reality. I think that there are various ways of improving your inventory. The fact that the cost of capital has tripled You need to know that. And brands no longer have the money or working capital to replace that because of the abundance they had before, and they have to optimize everything. At the same time, people have more money and technical solutions, but definitely within this environment, the arguments for this type of solution are the strongest. So, commercial, conversational trade has had an adaptation of companies to the pandemic, COVID, with all the restrictions and the mobility with social distancing. Companies had to find new ways of interacting with their clients in an effective and safe way. But since we're overcoming it, what is the value of the conversational e-commerce that can be offered to the consumer? And do you think this is a more valuable feature of customer service today? Thank you, John. May I ask a question to our audience? Who is familiar with conversational e-commerce? Are you familiar with it? Can you raise your hand? Yes. Who are using WhatsApp every day? Can you raise your hand? And the last question. If you could make your buys and get intel and visibility without leaving WhatsApp, please, by show of hand. I already finished my panel discussion. But that's true. Let me respond to your question. The pandemic definitely developed a digital investment and e-commerce push forward. But what we have seen is that there wasn't necessarily an evolution in terms of how the companies will serve their customers. It was a force majeure transition. I'm unable to go to the brick and mortar. I have to buy online necessarily. But the pandemic is over now, and digital is here to stay. But what is here to stay is seen more as a commodity than a disruptive commodity. What I mean by this is that the number of portals, number of brands launching apps is really infinite. And I would say that they are commoditized. And what this will end up generating somehow, especially if we think of a demographics that cannot reach out to a portal or have the literacy to surf an app, or whose phone will only support WhatsApp, the conversational commerce version or option is to generate efficiency, personalization, and convenience, basically. What I mean by this is that when we saw that impetus in the growth of electronic commerce, we saw it on demographics that was already buying electronically, and we saw that increase simply because they were unable to go to a physical store because it was shut down and they had to go online. But then you have this competition of taking all those processes and corporate efforts to a packaging or messaging platform and generate that engagement or personalization and that ease of surfing or navigating, which will not require any specific technology. E-commerce therefore becomes a more powerful industry than it is today. So what we're seeing today are companies that have the ability of customizing and designing efforts on a packaging platform to serve their customers in a most convenient way by reaching out to the customer with a customer that really wants to be in that packaging platform with a very personalized message and I would say have a frictionless experience would make the customer to intuitively follow a instinct that is designed for a certain commodity or company without leaving what's up. So we as a company are growing on a yearly basis. I'm not giving credit to my company. I'm just confirming the trend the market is following.
And we definitely believe that we bring disruption to a traditional and conventional channel that was not digitalized before. But now, thanks to the most adopted application for emerging markets, we are now able to bring that intelligence, that capability to engage with the client within an economy and environment that I call the I want it all, I want it now. In a very simple way, which is that conversational model of commerce. I have been using WhatsApp for a long time, and I use it all over the world, and there is a large difference between the level of use and the use in Latin America, where I saw for the first time the commercial use of WhatsApp. In Europe, WhatsApp is still personal. If you want to do business with me, we do it on email. But if you are within my contact list of WhatsApp, it's personal, and there are certain rules that they don't break. Do you think it's just a matter of that everybody use WhatsApp for personal as well as commercial use? I think it's just a matter of time. That's a good point, John. Mainly emerging markets, I would say 50% of SMEs run a large part of their business on WhatsApp. And my business, in addition to have a presence in the main Latin American markets, we're very relevant in Africa, we're very relevant in India and certain parts of Asia. WhatsApp in and of itself, even though people might not know this, in addition to being a messaging platform, it's a business platform. And basically what Meta is doing is making available and making the potential of the platform more robust for companies such as ours to personalize it or continue to develop on that platform objects and workflows and business engines that are specific for certain industries. Meta is giving a lot of investment, and the Meta ecosystem, we're promoting a lot of investment toward it, and we're beginning to work from a vision of WhatsApp for business with a focus specific for industry. We're reaching that level of granularity. It's for instance, we specialize a lot in CPD. A large part of Procter & Gamble, Nestle, Pepsi, many of them, they practically do their fulfillment of their B2B business through WhatsApp, and we can only see that growing. Very interesting. Let us switch subjects and let's talk about sales channels, but I really am interested in that topic. With the adoption of electronic business, we've also had an increase in product return, that can have a large impact in the logistics chain of businesses. When a product is returned, it has to be received, inspected, processed before returning it to inventory or throwing it away. This can generate a lot of costs like transportation, labor, and loss of product. What innovations can a massive consumption business do to reduce these losses, and would they need to manage a different type of return policy for purchases from abroad versus local purchases? Yes, that's a very interesting thing, and it's a topic of the day. Last year in the United States, there were $860 billion in merchandise return just in the United States. The rates, for obvious reasons, for online channels are higher because you can't try it on, you can't see it and physically handle it. And also companies have promoted the free return policy. Many of them have promoted that, and they're going to further policies, which is buy it after you have tried it. And these elements make return to be a reality for e-commerce, and it's going to be it's going to be something that we have to deal with for the next 4, 5, 10 years. How can we improve this? There is a technological component. Obviously, there is more and more technology that can allow with augmented reality, AR. Forgive me, I am French. That's why I don't talk about football with the Latin American people. But so we can see how a dress looks as well as a TV, because buying a dress or a suit, of course, you won't look as pretty as the model in the picture. And these are realities, and these technologies can help to reduce the dissatisfaction in the consumer. But that's only a part of the problem. If we look at the rates, for instance, companies that have loyal clients are the ones who have the lowest rates of return. We know the brands, we know how the clothes fit, you know the quality of the product, you're familiar with them. So there will be less return. Companies that have the largest rate of return are the fast fashion companies that always have new products. They're seasonal, and it depends on how it fits you and how the fabric is and all of that variety. These are rates that could go as high as 40%. We know that we have clients that 40% of the products sold and delivered are returned. So 40%, you have to have a good process for returns as well as a good process to do it swiftly and to be able to resell this product. Otherwise, you will have a big a hole in your income. So, and this technology will help to reduce this by the initial contact of the consumer with a product. There are companies, for instance, that help with consolidation of returns instead of returning each product, let's say like from Miami, sending individual packages to a distribution center in New York. Well, it could consolidate them here and then send them forward them. This is interesting because currently companies are following two mega trends with return. One is the economic situation is a little bit more tense, so companies don't see the rate of growth that they normally see as far as revenue, top line and they need to find other ways of making money, and returns is one of the ways to improve the business profitability. And second is the issue of sustainability, the management of return, and you know this, but there a lot of people don't realize that a lot of these products are destroyed. And so there are governments in Europe that prohibit you from destroying a product that was manufactured that can be sold, and you destroy it just because it looks better on your financial report. So this is already a reality in Europe, and the United States is already considering this. Little by little, I think this will expand, where government will pressure companies more, and not only at the level of government, but there are very many studies that suggest that Gen Z and younger people are more conscious about sustainability, and they prefer to buy from companies that take care of the environment. So if I return an electric product and then I destroy these products that are returned, if the media knows this, it will create a crisis for me, a large crisis, because you can't talk about social responsibility of the business and at the same time destroying manufactured product that you could have sold. So this is something that is going to increase in importance. Many companies have not given it the importance that it deserves, because because they sell more and they deliver more. But we look at the more mature companies who are more focused on how to repair this. That's interesting, because these are topics from influencers on the e-marketplace, because at the end, what's the difference of buying from Alibaba, Amazon, Mercado Libre if the experience is not good during the purchase? But more and more it becomes the topic of returns become important. The first time we try to return something and it does not work, then we divorce that brand. I remember a friend of mine went from Seattle to Germany because Amazon had problems with return and they were losing market shares. Compare that with our experience in Latin America 5 years ago, when we started getting the products that we had ordered online. We were so surprised that e-commerce was functioning, but look how the requirements of consumers is evolving. Not only do they expect their product on that day or the following day, but when the return is made, it must be on time. And in Europe, they require that the return comply with certain requirements that will not harm the environment. They have to respond to customers' demands. Miguel Angel, in time, the e-commerce have shown that they have a lot of challenges: the lack of logistic and technological infrastructure, payments, and security, among others. Taking into account this, what we just said, do you believe this is a channel for everyone? What should you look for selling? How much time should a medium-sized business should take to develop their own electronic channel, and why is it taking so long? Well, because first you have the interaction, the front end with the consumer. Then you have the layer of integration or ecosystem that is used for this, should be optimal and complete. And in our case, we have more than 90 solutions: invoice, picking, the last mile, returns, etc. And then we have the whole part of the back office, which is centralization of orders and the banking, etc. So that makes things very robust. It can be done from something very small as a concept test to something quite complex involving technology. So how much will it take? It's relative depending on how complex or simple you're going to do it. It could be 2 days, 3 days, and we have also seen large companies that want to do integrations, and it will take years. So I could not tell you an exact time for the launching of a site, but there are different phases where you can invite a client to text to validate to see whether the product it has a feed, whether it does well in the marketplace, whether it's a .com or marketplace, and all of these levels are ones that can be defined to determine the time for launching a platform. Rifka, the focus of this has been on digital channels. The modern channel still has challenges in Latin America. In your opinion, what are the main challenges to resolve, and what would you need for these problems to be resolved? When we talk about the modern channel, one of the main challenges is that that we see at TRAX is what we talked at the beginning, execution at the store, beyond what has been sold out. How products are implemented to serve the consumer and his decision for purchase. In all of us here at a supermarket in the middle of the week, you are going to find some type of promoter for a product, somebody moving around creating a display. There are many promoters, and when we talk of the CPDs, we talk of the leaders in their category that will put these promoters who are almost dedicated to this. But where is the challenge here? Independently of how many salesperson or promoters you might have, they're not going to reach every store. They will not have the time to do that work at every store. And for on the one side, for these leaders, that they might be a little not completely, a little mistrustful to do this, that aligns commercially with the retailers in a correct manner. They don't understand the logic of the model of these perfect stores, and the psychology of putting one product next to another, that it's at eye level, that you should have a block of things in different categories. Each category is a world unto itself, and to be able to ensure decision for purchase for the consumer. So the challenge in all of this is how to do this efficiently. How can we how we can manage to not have somebody going all the time to the store, but to have different types of information, data, which is the most important in this world. And where can we have these systems alerting us or giving us information that says, look, you need to spend your time at this store. And this is beyond sales, because they pay more attention to these stores where they have a higher sales. But this is an important challenge, and we see this with all our clients on the CPGs, how to. Sometimes we say, how can we reach more points of sale? But we don't necessarily need to reach more, but the ones where you need to be. And so beyond with a perfect store, if you look at it a level above, it's not a matter of saying, well, I am Coca-Cola and I know how to set up your merchandise, but it's like I have a contract with Walmart where I need certain presentation displays of products. So how can we help these retailers to have all these negotiations at the headquarter level to see what has happened and to make sure that they're properly executed? These are challenges for the modern channel, for CPGs as well as retailers, and how to work in a more efficient manner. How do we solve this challenge? We use data and how we can collect more data in real time and to provide it to everyone in the organization that needs it. You mentioned Coca-Cola. I remember when we worked with PepsiCo many years ago, for them, the channel down the street, those mom and pop stores represented 70% of their sales in countries such as Mexico. And there was a fleet of trucks that would go to these stores every morning. If they arrived before Coca-Cola or Bimbo, the stores still had money to buy product. If they arrived later, they had already spent all their money, and that day they will be selling Coke instead of Pepsi. Has that channel changed, or is it still invisible as far as data? Well, with regard to being invisible, I think the first question that all our clients ask is how many stores are there? 2 million, more or less? If I'm saying it's difficult to reach a modern channel, imagine how difficult it will be for 1 million stores. So the traditional channel is also a challenge for the modern channel. I still believe there is a lot of opportunity to improve how we arrive at the data. There are a lot of creative solutions, and with everything that we're talking about, where the shopkeepers have all of this to see how we can use these shopkeepers to take a picture, for instance, so that we can understand what is happening in the Coca-Cola fridge in that little store where you're not going to arrive, and this will give you a signal to say, well, try to get there. I think we have evolved. There are many companies that are looking for solutions to generate data in a traditional channel. This is one of the areas of greatest growth that we're looking at for this year. I believe one of the solution is to give them credit cards for distribution so that they can use it to make purchases, and that will give more visibility. I believe that many of the challenges are tied to the present situation of businesses. I will never forget something that happened in December of 2019 with the president of logistics with a very large chain with in Latin America, and they had the Chilean accent, so those Chileans can know which company it is. But the response that I got from the highest level in that meeting said, yes, all of that is nice, but traditionally, the traditional channels are represented 7% of my sales, and you're representing 30%. So, okay, it's your choice. I can tell you what's happening in the world, but if that's the position you're taking, I don't think you're going to go very far. I could not say this to a client, but it goes through my mind. But a lot of this, very successful companies who have been working, and this has been functioning for years, and it doesn't function anymore. But 3 months later, there was COVID, and that person changed their stance. But the point is the people's mindset and the opening to new models is one of the main challenges. But technology is a facilitator. For you to evaluate technologies for your business, you first have to have people who are willing to do this, and that's the starting point. You can say, well, yeah, that's fine, but how do we do this? You have to have people like Galperin, the CEO of Mercado Libre, will say this to you. We copied from Mercado Pago, which is one of the most successful businesses in the world, and they make of Mercado Libre an incredible company. They copied from China. He went to China. He went from he copied it, and he says this without any shame. So there are models that function. There are companies that are more advanced. They evolve. If you want to, if you look at the future, you don't have to go. You'll have to go to the United States. You have to go to China. I know Americans don't like to listen to hear this. I lived in China for 4 years before I moved to the United States, and China was more advanced than the United States at that point. Yesterday, I mentioned that we forecast that e-commerce penetration as a percentage of retail in Latin America will be above that of the United States in about 3 years, because penetration of traditional retail is so large that the need for e-commerce is lower than that of emerging countries like Latin America, China, where it is 50% now of retail for the lack of traditional retail. I feel social commerce refers to services, sales of services directly through social network, and this has to do with people who want to reach their clients in a more attractive way with the help of an influencer. What role in the future means like WhatsApp? We talked about this, but we did not talk about it in the term of social commerce, because WhatsApp is not the only vehicle, but there is Instagram and others, especially where influencers can really have something to do with this. How important is this for you, and how do you view the future of this? For us, it is important. Social commerce is here to stay. And you were talking about stores previously. Traditional channel, what you said is true, 70%, John. It has not changed. It's the same. And precisely the adoption of conversation through WhatsApp helps a lot. And that's the road that we're on. And more when you start to add services. You talked about giving them a distribution card. We are being different. We are placing financing options on the platform. So when the shopkeeper buys now, they can buy now and pay later without having a physical card. It's all done through WhatsApp. So coming back to your original question, social for us is not relevant in the sense that they're two different things, conversational and social. Social is a unilateral relationship between the business person and the client, and conversational is a bilateral where there is conversation and interaction. If you think about it, when do you think the relationship, the most intimate digital relationship is achieved? Through an application or through your direct number with a message? So the way in which we influence is not through a third party, but it's through an empowerment, a scaled empowerment that's leveraged with AI, where we understand and understand your patterns, your understanding of purchase and engagement to take advantage of the most intimate liaison between you and I through your WhatsApp number at the right time with the right message. It is quite different to social selling.
So I think it is brilliant for Instagram listening to me when I want to go to Hawaii, and when I open it and see the feed, there are ads from various Hawaii hotels, but that's as far as my Instagram relationship will go. Okay, so I can't ask questions, can't question, can modify or alter in any way, shape, or matter, and that's as far as I go. So conversational commerce and this are two different channels where one will not clash with the other. One will end up being more private, more intimate than the other one. And I say it again, it's unilateral versus bilateral. That's very interesting. During the pandemic, the luxury industry, depending on 100% of people visiting their stores, was no longer able to serve the customers, and influencers became very important, handling 100, 200, 300 personal customers. And nowadays, small brands that are deluxe brands that go into the market go through it via influencers. We have a short time now, but I'd like to respond to 3 questions that I got via the chat. The first one is for Nabil and Miguel. It is a major pain in the neck to have channels that require frozen foods. How do you view these channels, these chains, and their projection short term? I don't know what countries you're talking about. Chile. Yeah. Cold storage chains do exist, and they have to find the right partner to be able to take care of that logistics. Now, at a different level, there's several companies marketing that. That's one of the most complex and costly chains or logistics. It's not for every product above the cost of it, and there are many specialized companies, and that is not a limiting factor. It's just the high cost factor, and you have to find the right partner. But on the other hand, many companies think that if they launch this here, they have to launch it at the level of the whole country, but that's not the case. Absolutely not. And then all the big brands, Nikes and others, are conducting countrywide strategies, not or state wide campaigns, and not national at a national level. But these chains have locations in Chihuahua or where else. So it's a mistake to think that you have to have a chain throughout the country, and you just have to locate where there is a high density, and you will reach out to everyone. Obviously, it may not be very popular, so you can take that out of the equation, but in business terms, this is a very good way of looking at business. At the e-commerce level, if we divide it into two, the marketplace part is full-fledged. You have to look at the frozen food line at the .com or e-commerce, there's already a cold storage network that will keep the business going historically. So it's a matter of integration, and that's easy to resolve. Like I said at the beginning, we have to go step by step. The first is rapid e-commerce or others where you have a various supply points and grounds, and you're not only serving logistics like X Mile, but warehousing, and you already have the capillarity or the network in place and the vendors to do it. And the second one would be through Next Day, partnership with Next Day, which has a preference for customers, and you can do that with the already existing network in place and the network of carriers. So by resolving the marketplace, you need to see more progress here, and it's easier to see it in the quick version and the ticket having this product on, or the markups. If it is a very low ticket, you have to copy that logistics B2B and convert it to B2C. Will be costlier in terms of shipping, but today the solutions are available, and so are the vendors. Of major challenges for the manufacturer, the owner of the frozen product, is the technological challenge, which involves other skills and capabilities that we will add as a value, and we can do all the integrations and quickly access to the warehousing and shipping network. Thank you. Now, if my German wife were here, she would praise us for finishing on time, so thank you. As you can see, this conversation is so vast and diverse, the logistics issues. So thank you, Ali Commerce. I'd like to thank our panelists for their interventions. So please, let's give them a round of applause. Very well, thank you. And now I'm going to continue with Mr. Mario Canawati for the next briefing. Thank you so much.
Por favor, siéntense.
Please have a seat. Very well then. The logistics topic will continue, but now we're going to talk about nearshoring, the sourcing of manufacturing closer to an end market. And as you will realize, Honduras is one of the leaders in this field. And today we are welcoming businessman, former foreign minister and president of the Association of Maquiladoras. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. Now, what, in your opinion, what are the bases on which Honduras is projecting its economic growth, and what is the role of the maquiladora industry in it? In this regard, there's no question that there are some very basic elements. First off, you need to find out what the investor is trying to obtain. And in this connection, we have started with initiatives to try to develop CAFTA with the U.S., where the 5 Central American countries and the Dominican Republic are a part of it. We have 12 additional free trade agreements with the European Union and other countries that are major partners to develop our business activity. Now, the point of distance becomes central, because when you are flying for 2 hours on a plane or 2 hours on a ship, this will enable us to move our goods within a time that is responsive to e-commerce requirements, which is a fundamental for us to do this. The human resource is really essential, and probably it's one of the most productive elements, and it gives great credit, reflects great credit on our country, because we have a great human resource, and also we have certification that we have been an example when we started with the industrial parks in the 70s, and we're a country that are providing the highest quality services, and we not only serve the marketplace but also the needs of the buyer. And the other thing is that our demographics and geography, 60% of our population is younger than 30 years. We have a very young labor force, and we are most important location in Central America. We have a logistical infrastructure in place that will enable us to do a speedy transfer of raw materials at the right time. There's no question that logistics is a major differentiator for Honduras, because it can move a large amount of goods through your ports. Yesterday we were discussing the decade of the manufacturing growth in China because of the cost of labor. Today the cost of the Chinese labor for manufacturing is 4 times that of Mexico. It can be 5 or 6 more than Honduras. And we're seeing that there is competition between countries like Bangladesh, the Philippines, Vietnam, India, Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala. And what are the products or goods where Honduras has a competing edge among leaders that want countries that want to be a leader in sourcing? There's no question that this has to do with the verticalization of basic goods. And we can go back in history. 30 years ago, China was focusing on their domestic market. Then they opened their market, and the offshore companies began to transfer to China for production. There are other major elements with the aging of the population and the cost of production becoming higher. Is there any question? There are some questions about the environmental and labor standards and rules, and by 2010 the United States started to look at Latin America as an alternative. The fact that we are using nearshoring is particularly close to e-commerce. We're seeing major investment not only in terms of manufacturing, which was dating back to 1990s, but also investments of a higher level with respect to others before, 200, 300 millions worth, where they were including textiles, apparel, cotton, which enabled us to become the #1 exporters of the American continent to the U.S. Honduras is not competing with cheap labor after Costa Rica. Ours is the one that has the highest cost, so we have a responsibility to be a country that will complement the Soli Act, which is presented as a passport to be able to introduce yourself to investors so you can have some competitive advantages, but at the same time the productivity of our people, which is essential in the logistical side of it. Since 2010 we started to see a major investment of totally different countries in Honduras, and we became not only the first continental exporters but also the first global exporter of t-shirts, then also yarn, textiles, and became #1 in the world for exporting synthetic products, especially uniforms. And this is a part of the certification and the warranty that I mentioned before, which has enabled us to deal with Nike, Fruit of the Loom, Nike, Sanmar, Heinz, Gildan, major brands that are handling the local marketing, which have allowed us to be an ambassador of the country to attract new investments. At this point in time, the synthetic textile industry has become consolidated, even when there is a market accounting for $87 billion of textile product consumption, synthetic type. We have a share of over $1 billion, so there's a long way to go there for people who are thinking about ensuring there are great opportunities in it, and with the kind of problems we're having because of the long distances and logistical issues we're saying as exploded by a pandemic, which brought along the concept of nearshoring. That has enabled us to see interesting investors, and the main winner has been Mexico, where investments were by the tune of $42 billion. We are around the $1 billion, but it's a very important process, and we continue to move forward to consolidate our supply chain. One of the largest challenges for Mexico of late, and the government has not been very helpful along these lines, is the lack of access to electricity, lack of electrical transmission infrastructure, distribution infrastructure in some areas of Mexico, the lack of electric generation. It's become so serious that some plans to build factories have been canceled, have been shelved because of that. Now, how's the electric power grid situation in Honduras, the access to electricity and the cost factor, because this is a very important factor for some industries. There's no doubt that we have a challenge in Latin America, where the unemployment rate in Central America is very high, and there are very serious lack of economic opportunities and loss of talent. We are not doing enough to understand the concept of nearshoring and attract that bunch of Asian companies that are definitely seeking to be closer to the U.S. market as possible. E-commerce has come to drastically change concept of business, how to have real-time inventory, particularly because we already have a cost issue, and there is a rotation of products that need to be served to serve the various tastes and aspirations of the consumer. The lack of programming has made Latin America not to grow fast enough. One of them is the lack of human resources. We need to be well aware of that. The level of schooling of Latin America is still very low, not only in Central America, but entire Latin America. It's really a very serious issue to find highly trained people so we can move to value-added industry, which means which may mean higher salaries and people to meet their essential needs. So the problem of lack of electricity is an essential problem for the textile industry, in particular. 25% of production cost is power. So if we want to have yarn and fabric industry, this is essential. When you compete with the U.S., you produce that textile for 4 cents in the U.S. and 14 by us. This is a problem. So the growth of this industry to come up with alternatives to these technologies, the energy cost becomes extremely critical. And it's not only about the cost of energy, but also competitiveness. We have a free zone area with all the tax exemptions for investors and all kinds of guarantees, but it's of no use if we don't have the private companies, the civil society that must be empowered to help, and somehow the economic growth will bring the population growth and development. We must be connected to it, but having an ongoing talk with the government so we can have a clear vision of what we want to do, be able to foster the appropriate environment for investment is necessary. We're very much concerned about the U.S. economy rather than what we have to do to attract the investment to our countries. In the case of China, China is exporting 535 billion to the U.S. Central America and the Dominican Republic are only exporting 42 billion. If we could manage to get 10% of those exports going out of Central America into the Dominican Republic, we would immediately triple our exports and double our labor. So we have two fundamental commitments here. We need to clearly understand what the investor wants and do whatever we need to do to foster an attractive investment environment. And at the same time, John, we need to understand that we cannot continue to be dependent on cheap technology. We have to look at other industries. We're already thinking about pharmaceutical clusters that are essential as an alternative. We are looking for ways to connect the rural with the urban areas for manufacturing shoes and include diversity, not focus on a single product, but try to explore other alternatives to have more products and find a diversity of markets. 60% of our production today is directed to the U.S. market, 25% goes to the Central American market, and it's very little what we are exporting to Latin American and European countries, even if we have these free trade agreements. And what you're saying is true, because one way of increasing production and value added is to buy more of the inputs from Central American and local vendors. In Mexico, the auto part industry or the auto industry was 100% dependent on imported components and electronic products. Today, they are buying from local Mexican providers or suppliers. And where is Honduras focusing on this second tier supplier that will be able to sell you what you need? Or is it basically dependent on Asian suppliers or others? The harness industry has grown considerably. We have more than 20,000 workers, which is very important. And we're possibly one of the 5 most important manufacturers of chips and sensors in the world. So there's no question that we have made a lot of progress, considerable progress in this area. We've been verticalizing this industry with the processing reinforcement of wiring, copper, wire, and we are moving forward with the verticalization of the automotive industry, which is a very important part of it. The other thing that has somehow become an alternative for youths who are studying and who are hoping to have an employment opportunity are the outsourced services. The coach centers, as they called in English, have been most extraordinary alternative for growth. So we have a textile industry which is not only focusing on cotton synthetic textiles. We are investing about $300 million on flat textiles, which would be handling the verticalization of the textile manufacturing industry. We have the electric harnesses, which is a major growth. And in that regard, there are competitive advantages because Honduras is the only country that have 5 international airports, and each is close to the production sites, particularly when we're talking to harnesses, chips, or sensors. All that product is being exported by air. So the new opportunities are being created for our youth to study and work at the same time by not only having an industry which is growing every day, but also creating job opportunities. Very well. Now, a challenge facing many Latin American countries is the access to foreign currency. When Fed is raising the interest rate and money goes to other parts of the world, that is not really helping you. And in Honduras, the central bank recently started to revamp the this competition for currencies to change the local market. Has that had an impact on the maquila industry, which depends on buy, export, and import and sell abroad? Yes, this is a mechanism that was developed to handle a democratization of being able to ensure that all those who are asking for it can have a chance. On the maquiladora industry, the SOLI law will enable currencies to remain the same. They cannot come under the central bank's purview. So those who are with the SOLI own the foreign currency, they have no problem to continue to operate. They can purchase their inputs and remain efficient in the way they work. So the this sale of currency does not affect those who are operating under the SOLI law. You mentioned that most of the Honduran experts are going to the U.S. market, and from that market they're going to other countries, which can be in South America, Mexico, or elsewhere. Given the fact that increasingly more brands are depending on this in Central America, do you think that this is going to change? Because that depends on the distribution systems of those brands more than what the maquiladora can do. But would you forecast that the Honduran production in the future will get to the end user in various countries instead of going through the U.S.? We're already doing it. One of the greatest sources of pride and appeals that we have is that we already have product designers within our supply chain, and it's being distributed directly to the companies without going through an intermediary. We don't go through Gilda or Osama. They will tell us exactly where to send their products depending on the buyer. For those who don't know the industry, we're definitely a totally verticalized industry, top to bottom, and we can serve the needs of the markets. We have specific companies that can ship and deliver products in less than 6 days to the consumer directly. So we've made significant progress and have become an example. And we now can go into other business activities to supplement what we're doing now. Honduras is a country where its growth is mostly located in the northern coast. We still have to develop the Atlantic coast, where we have the deeper water port or harbor of 50 meters deep that hasn't been developed. Colón, Ceiba, for those who don't know that area, and the city center is still to be developed. And there are upcoming initiatives that will enable us to deconcentrate or decentralize the economic activity on the northern coast. And this is where I probably come from, and also southern Honduras, with ports and harbors that can definitely bring very interesting initiatives in partnerships we can develop with Panama and Nicaragua, and we can develop the Gulf, and this will be an interesting alternative to be able to handle the western part of the U.S. And this transportation infrastructure that you've managed to build and mobilizing certain technological infrastructure. How did you manage to do that? Was it through government driven plans or private initiatives? How did you build that infrastructure?
That was having a clear vision of what we needed. We have 2 ports with 350 kilometers of distance. We developed Puerto Cortés through the public-private association, and after having 200 TEUs, which is what we use for mobilizing 20-foot containers, we went to 700,000 TEU containers. And after we went from managing this from publicly, we went to private-public management. This is very important. We have lower costs through this. The road from Pacific to Atlantic, 350 kilometers, was also done through this public-private endeavor. This is a road that allows, after having 19 kilometers in average of for mobilizing in Central America, we can handle, we can drive for about 60 kilometers. This was an alternative to be able to begin projects in such a way that it will accompany the needs that we have for the development of the country in all its various regions. And John, there's something important here, and I don't want to not say this. Those of us who are here, we're seeing how we can develop the country, but we know that that growth has to bring about the development and the well-being of the population. I think all the businessmen, those of us who are part of the society, we need to send a very clear message. If we cannot think about this, if we don't see results of sustainability of these projects and these public-private enterprises, we have an element that we have presented as an offer from the private sector, where we can do this with participation of citizenry. One, because our countries have few resources, we have to use it to its best advantage. We have to plan. 2, how do we democratize riches as well as develop projects that the government can participate in, but that the citizen can also do this, creating patrimony for them so that they can have a hope for a better quality of life, and we can thus help the problem of migration, not just from the point of view of investment or the business person, but to understand the great commitment we have for social stability in our society. Very well. In a challenging year for Latin America, when in many countries the environment of investment is questioned by political leaders, we can see in Central America first and support and conscience from part of the governments for foreign investment. China that's losing in and is exporting millions of jobs to other parts of the world, and the United States, which despite its financial problems have a lot of demand and no longer have the people to fill their factories. All of this is painting a very rosy picture for Central America. Thanks for your presentation. Now we understand that Honduras is leader in this field. We congratulate you for that. We're just waiting for the moment when you run for president of your country. In the meantime, we wish you a lot of luck with your work and with the industry in Honduras. Thank you, John. Thank you, John, for bringing all this value to our table through these two panels. Thank you also to Jesus Kanawati for his intervention. I will invite you now to have a break. First, we're going to have some workshops here from our sponsors. We're going to have some technical talks. They will be talking to us about their businesses. This will be directed to our virtual audience, but these workshops would not give you time to have lunch. So those of you who wish to be at the workshop, welcome. We will have the virtual people on streaming on this talk, and those of you who wish to leave to have lunches on your code, we'll find the places that are open for lunch. And so we will have a half an hour with TRAX, and we will meet here again for 2 hours. Those of you who are present here to continue with our panel, and at 3 o'clock our panel with presidents. So if you decide to stay here, or if not, you are free to go to lunch, and we will meet here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
tecnología de reconocimiento de imagen, de machine learning, tener datos en tiempo reales de las tiendas, datos de anaqueles, punteras, checkouts, y dar a nuestros usuarios, a las personas en tienda, informaciones accionables en tiempo real. Un otro pilar es el pilar de merchandising, que es la promotoría sobre demanda, que es la posibilidad de enviar personas a las tiendas para resolver gaps que los modelos actuales de promotorías no pueden resolver. Y el tercer pilar es el shopper engagement, es la posibilidad de linkear directamente marcas de shoppers para en sí incrementar el potencial de compra. ¿Okay? Como comenté, hoy en día solamente el pilar de medición está disponible para América Latina, pero estamos trabajando para en corto plazo o medio plazo tener también la posibilidad de merchandising sobre demanda. Bueno, para que tengan una idea del volumen de datos que estamos hablando en medición, hoy en día TRAX está presente en más de 70 países, con más de 760 proyectos activos. En 2022 tuvimos más de 190 millones de imágenes procesadas. Bueno, el reconocimiento de imagen es una tecnología que es utilizada para muchos fines. El TRAX se especializó en poner la tecnología para el ambiente de retailer. Sabemos que el ambiente de retailer no es un ambiente fácil. Hay siempre nuevos SKUs, cambios de packs, cambios de precio. Hablamos mucho de inflación por acá, no hay cambios de precio todo el momento, cambios de planograma y todo más. Y para eso TRAX desarrolló todo un sistema y un proceso para tener siempre nuevas máquinas de reconocimiento que puedan reconocer nuevos productos y con esto asegurar la calidad de reconocimiento y con datos de calidad generar KPIs y reportes de calidad con el objetivo único de generar el punto de la verdad. ¿Sí? Tener una base de datos que pueda entregar o que pasa en las tiendas o que pasa en aquel, cómo están sus productos. Bueno, acá tenemos una visión un poco más amplia de lo que es TRAX en el mundo. Nuestro headquarter está en Singapur, pero dividimos el mundo en 4 grandes regiones. Una región es América, donde estamos. Otra es EIPA, que es Europa y África. Hay otra que es, EMEA, que es Europa y África. EIPA, que es Asia-Pacífico. Y una región totalmente aparte, que es China. En América tenemos una oficina central en Denver, pero en Latinoamérica trabajamos con 2 oficinas grandes, una en Ciudad de México, otra en São Paulo, donde tenemos equipos que son responsables por todos los proyectos en Latinoamérica. Es decir, cualquier proyecto en Latinoamérica es manejado por personas en Brasil o México, 100% capaces de manejar, con lenguaje local, con conocimiento de su mercado y así adelante. Bueno. ¿Y cómo hacemos esto? Hay 3 pasos importantes. El primero, la recolección de la información. Los datos deben llegar a nosotros, sea por una foto de una persona que va a la tienda y saca una foto con un teléfono, sea un IoT, sea una cámara fija, sea crowdsourcing. Alguna persona debe o algo debe nos enviar la foto. La foto llega a la nube de TRAX, donde la procesamos, reconocemos todos los espacios, todos los productos, todo lo que pasa en la foto. En hasta 2 minutos generamos los reportes. Esto hasta 2 minutos también es muy linkeado a la necesidad del proyecto. Proyectos donde la persona que está en la tienda necesita del reporte online para tomar una acción, incrementar el valor de la visita, entregamos en 2 minutos. En otros casos donde no es necesario, entregamos en hasta 24 horas. Bueno, ahora vamos a hablar de algunos casos de éxito de uso de la herramienta. El primero es una industria global muy grande de bebidas, de spirits. Bueno, esto, como comenté, es un cliente global que utiliza nuestra herramienta para administrar su equipo comercial, su equipo de promotores y sus distribuidores. Para ellos, además de su equipo propio, es muy importante el canal indirecto, donde trabajan con distribuidores. Es un cliente que ya tiene los datos muy integrados con sus sistemas y en los últimos años ha reconocido TRAX como una de las herramientas, una de las fuentes de datos que ha ayudado a ellos a tener los resultados, los crecimientos que tuvieron. Bueno, aquí un resumen un poco más grande do que temos hecho con ellos, un más. Ok, estamos con ellos hasta 5 años. Hoy en día estamos ya en 44 países, pero creciendo. Son 15.000 SKUs que reconocemos todos los días en todo el mundo. Y desde el inicio del proyecto ya reconocemos más de 100 millones de imágenes. Bueno, acá es el journey, ¿no? La implementación de un sistema, de un proyecto de reconocimiento de imagen es un journey. Es un journey no por la complejidad de la implementación de un proyecto, pero el change management que es necesario dentro de las empresas, porque las empresas necesitan estar listas para utilizar los datos, utilizar información en tiempo real, utilizar información con la granularidad que es generada, ¿sí? Y así generar valor con el proyecto. Así pasó con este cliente. Empezó pequeño, un país, 2 canales, la solución standalone. Después de empezar a mirar, vamos a expandir más países. Primero diseñamos un banco de KPIs global para que todos los países sean mensurados abajo un mismo estándar, una misma regla de cálculo. Apoyamos a ellos en la creación de un data lake, donde la información de TRAX es base para la correlación con otros datos. Y hacia adelante hasta donde estamos hoy, donde la aplicación está en la mano de todos sus sales reps, todos sus merchandisers y tienen datos en tiempo real para accionar. Y así vamos. Cada año ponemos nuevos features, nuevas tecnologías y el cielo es el límite. Acá un poco del valor que estamos entregando a nuestro cliente. Primero, inteligencia de mercado. El cliente tiene información online de lo que pasa en cada punto de venta. ¿Sí? Es información base para la toma de decisión. Seguro utilizan otros datos, pero la información en tiempo real de lo que pasa en sus tiendas es base para tomar la decisión. El segundo punto es accountability. Nuestro cliente sabe exactamente cuál es la importancia y el valor de cada uno de sus vendedores. Cuánto cada uno de sus vendedores representa en su resultado. Y el tercer, como es un cliente global, tiene la posibilidad de mirar todo su panel de países, de mercados, abajo un mismo sistema. Es posible comparar distintos países con distintas realidades abajo un mismo regla de cálculo. Un resultado de una tienda en Brasil es comparable con un resultado de una tienda en Rusia, en Estados Unidos, en México y hacia adelante. Bueno, el fin, ¿no? El retorno de la inversión, ¿no? Un proyecto de este tamaño que estamos a tanto tiempo en tantos países no se queda de pie sin un ROI. Y acá mostramos a través del reconocimiento de nuestros clientes cuál es el retorno de la inversión. ¿Qué pasa? Miren que los clientes que adoptan las recomendaciones hechas con la información de TRAX en tienda tienen un crecimiento 3 veces más grande do que las tiendas que no la adoptan. Es decir, el vendedor, el merchandising va a la tienda, hace la visita, saca las fotos, recibe el informe, quieres tomar una acción. La tienda que acepta la acción del vendedor, del merchandiser, tiene un crecimiento 3 veces más grande do que la que no acepta. Y todo esto con base en la información relevada a través de la plataforma de TRAX, de los KPIs que entregamos online en línea para nuestro cliente. Bueno, tengo un segundo caso de uso. Esto ya más enfocado en Brasil, un embotellador de bebidas, uno de los más grandes del mundo, pero solamente actúa en Brasil. Es un embotellador global, pero el país es de Brasil. Bueno, nuestro cliente utiliza la herramienta de TRAX para visitar un panel de tiendas representativo en Brasil. Los datos que utilizan son utilizados para múltiples usos. El primer caso, el principal, es para un cálculo de tienda perfecta, un programa de tienda perfecta, pero también utilizan para acciones comerciales, category management y otras cosas. Este cliente específico tuve la capacidad de integrar los datos de TRAX de canal tradicional junto con el sell-in, es decir, cuánto el embotellador vende a una tienda chiquita versus la ejecución de esta tienda. Con esto pudieran visualizar el potencial de negocio en un panel de tiendas 10 veces más grande. Es decir, ellos conociendo la ejecución de una bodega versus cuánto vende esta bodega, pudieron predecir cuánto es el potencial de negocio en 10 tiendas alrededor de esta bodega donde ellos no conocen la ejecución. Y con eso vamos al último punto, que es la capacidad de generar un objetivo, un target personal de ventas para cada uno de sus vendedores y linkear sus bonos. Es decir, cada vendedor de nuestro cliente tiene un target de negocio a ser ejecutado por tienda con base a la información de este panel que releva. Bueno, acá un resumen. Ya estamos a 8 años trabajando con este cliente en más de 10 categorías. Nuestra base de SKUs que reconocemos tiene más de 2.000 productos, más de 300 KPIs calculamos para cada tipo de tienda y mensualmente procesamos alrededor de 900.000 imágenes. Y como el primer caso, es un journey, ¿no? Empezaron con un piloto al sur de Brasil, probamos la inversión, hicimos un full rollout para el Brasil, diseñamos la base de KPIs, implementamos la base de KPIs, hicimos la correlación, o apoyamos en la correlación entre datos, ayudamos a ellos a crear todo el plan de comisiones y de incentivos del equipo comercial, hicieron la integración con sus propios sistemas, es decir, hoy en día la información de TRAX va directamente a sus dashboards y tableros, donde pueden cruzar con otras informaciones que tienen internamente, hasta donde estamos hoy, que es la expansión una vez más, donde la idea es poner la tecnología en la mano de los vendedores, así como en el primer caso, donde los vendedores podrán sacar fotos de la tienda y tener respuesta en tiempo real para accionarlas, como aún más, un paso adelante, poner la tecnología en la mano de los dueños de las tiendas, es decir, una persona, el canal tradicional que está todo el día manejando la tienda, ¿por qué no sacar fotos una vez por semana, 2 veces por mes, en troca de una condición comercial distinta? ¿Okay? Eso es el próximo paso y va directamente de acuerdo con nuestro objetivo de monitorar todas las tiendas del mundo. Porque el gran problema es llegar a la tienda, pero si ya tiene una persona que está en la tienda todo el día, ¿por qué no utilizarla para sacar fotos? Y este cliente está yendo por este camino. Bueno, y acá está el primer grande caso de uso que cualquier cliente que implementa tecnología de reconocimiento de imagen va a llegar. El gano de productividad. Es mucho más rápido, es mucho más fácil recolectar datos a través de imágenes do que manualmente a través de una encuesta. Y acá vemos todos los canales que este cliente utiliza y cuánto se ganó una vez que se implementó la tecnología de reconocimiento de imagen. En las tiendas más grandes, entre 30 a 40%, las tiendas más chicas llegó hasta 70%. Y acá tenemos un promedio de 33% con base en el panel de tiendas que visitan, ¿no? La cantidad de tiendas de cada uno, pues la suma de tiempo de recolección antes y después, esto un save de 33%. Es decir que pueden recolectar datos con 33 personas menos, o 33% de personas menos, o pueden incrementar su panel de tiendas en 33% con el costo similar. El segundo caso de uso que quiero traer, como todas las empresas, la pandemia llegó, los hicieron presión de cambio en budget, en todo. Y uno de los grandes impactos fue la recolección de datos, las tiendas cerradas o empezaron a abrir las tiendas, pero no podrían ingresar personas no esenciales a las tiendas, es decir, un auditor era prohibido de ingresar a la tienda. Y con eso tuvieron que reducir mucho su panel de tiendas. El COVID se fue, pero el budget no volvió y hay la presión para incrementar el panel de tiendas. Y este cliente pasó lo mismo. Ellos tienen que incrementar su panel de tiendas una vez más para tener una vez más un panel representativo para cada uno de sus vendedores, pero con un budget más pequeño. ¿Y qué hicimos? Hicimos prueba de reconocimiento de precio por la tecnología. Antes, de esto, 50% del tiempo en tienda estaba en recolección de precio y 50% del tiempo estaba en toma de fotos. Hicimos una prueba y vimos que podemos reconocer precio con una accuracidad muy alta y grande parte de los canales para este cliente. Y con esto pudieron incrementar su panel de tiendas, que antes deberían poner 23 personas más, con una reducción de 10 auditores. Es decir, pudieron incrementar con menos personas. Y esto generó un ahorro anual de $240,000. Es decir, implementar la tecnología de reconocimiento de imagen trae un retorno de inversión. Es un journey, es un change management. La empresa debe estar con la visión de utilización de datos, cambios de procesos y acción sobre los datos, y la inversión va a retornar seguramente. Bueno, un resumen. ¿Cuál es el valor que normalmente entregamos a nuestros clientes? Hablamos mucho siempre en tres grandes puntos. El primero y el básico, que es que se llega el día 1 del proyecto, el día 0 del proyecto, que es el gano de productividad. Relevar datos con la tecnología es mucho más rápido, es mucho más fácil, es mucho más asertivo do que manualmente. Y acá traemos que un promedio de 50% a depender del tipo de tienda. Vimos en el segundo business case que va de 20 a 70% el gano de productividad en recolectar datos con la tecnología. Y este tiempo se puede utilizar para tener una relación más fuerte con el punto de venta, hacer más visitas o reducir el cuadro de personal. El segundo punto es tener una información más detallada, más rápida sobre sus propios productos. Es decir, entender si toda su estrategia de ejecución está siendo bien ejecutada o no, dónde están los faltantes, los agotados, dónde tiene puntera, dónde no tiene puntera. Intentar hacer correlaciones entre sell-in, sell-out, ejecución, promociones y todo más, y esto va a traer un crecimiento de ventas. Una vez que se accione estos datos, tendrá un crecimiento de ventas entre 3, 4, 5%. Y el tercer grande punto es tener información más detallada de sus competidores. Es decir, tener información para liderar la categoría, entender cómo es la ejecución de sus competidores, el precio, la posición, cómo están, para intentar incrementar su market share. Y ahí vimos muchos clientes teniendo un crecimiento de market share de 1, 2, 3, hasta 5%. Bueno, esto es un poco de lo que gustaría de traer hoy. Soy Denis, como dice el director comercial para TRAX Latinoamérica. Acá están mis datos. Por favor, cualquier duda, pónganse en contacto. Muchas obrigado. Sí.
¿Cómo aseguran que ese precio coincida con el producto que se ha exhibido?
Perfecto. Caso no tenha escuchado, la pregunta fue cómo TRAX asegura que en el canal tradicional que el reconocimiento de precio es correcto, la asertividad del reconocimiento de precio. Es una buena pregunta. Para TRAX, nosotros hoy en día reconocemos el valor en la tarjeta de precio, reconocemos los productos y hacemos un link entre precio y producto. Entonces, para el sistema de reconocimiento de imagen trabajar bien, debe haber una relación entre tarjeta de precio y producto. Si vamos al canal tradicional, esto va a funcionar muy bien en un cooler, en una nevada. Esto va bien. Pero si vamos al canal tradicional, en un anaquel, donde los productos están puestos de cualquier forma, hay una tabla al lado con el listado de precio a mano, no va a funcionar. ¿Dónde somos más exitosos en el reconocimiento de precio automático? Coolers, y ahí vamos el canal tradicional, pero en Nevada. Tiendas de conveniencia, vamos muy bien. Canal moderno, vamos muy bien. Mercado, supermercado y hipermercado. Estamos empezando a hacer más pruebas en tiendas más chicas como mom and pops y bodegas, pero aún estamos limitados a una ejecución de precio que genere un link visible entre la tarjeta y el producto. Bueno, ¿algo más? Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues mil gracias a Denis por compartirnos aquí su experiencia y todas las herramientas que TRAX trae. Ahora, en este momento, quiero invitar a Luis Roberto Acosta, Sales Engineering Director de Yalo, quien nos hablará en este workshop sobre los cambios en las reglas de juego y cómo WhatsApp está revolucionando la comunicación empresarial. Conoceremos cómo WhatsApp, la popular aplicación de mensajería instantánea, pues va a revolucionar o está revolucionando ya la forma en que las empresas se comunican con sus clientes. Entonces, estamos listos. Luis Roberto, que eres el equipo en streaming, ya está listo. Queremos también contarles que esta tarde vamos a tener el sorteo del pasaje aéreo que por cortesía de Delta y Latam tenemos para ustedes. Es para todas las personas que estén presentes o que estén en nuestra transmisión virtual y que compartieron su experiencia o vayan a compartir su experiencia hoy en el hashtag del Summit en nuestras plataformas. Así que al final tendremos nuestro sorteo.
Bueno, ¿cómo estamos?
Bien,
Vicky?
muy bien, Pepe.
Ha estado todo muy entretenido. Estamos esperando, obviamente, que ya llegue Yalo, pero próximamente tenemos un nuevo panel a las 2 de la tarde, ¿no?
Tenemos el panel de sostenibilidad, Pepe.
Excelente. Y ahí, bueno, ese panel vamos a tener a muy buenos expositores que de alguna manera van a ir trabajando en conjunto con... ¿Quién es el moderador en esa...?
Antonio.
Antonio, nuestro CEO de Grupo Hola, así que vamos a esperar que de alguna manera pueda participar de ese momento. Va a estar Roberto Ibañez, va a estar Marcel Motta y también Carolina Echenique. Ahora vamos a pasar a algunos comerciales con respecto a nuestros auspiciadores, que son Latam y el video de Grupo Hola.
Complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. and everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Adelante.
Gracias. Muchas gracias a todos. Déjenme coloco por aquí un computador para mandarles unas notificaciones que ahorita estaremos viendo. Bueno, pues un gusto. Gracias a todos los que están por acá y los que nos acompañan de manera remota. Mi nombre es Luis Roberto Acosta, soy Sales Engineering Director en Yalo. Básicamente vemos al equipo de preventa. Y bueno, les voy a platicar un poco sobre cómo hacemos comercio conversacional. Y bueno, a partir de ahí, cómo esto se refleja dentro del canal tradicional y la transformación que ahí estamos generando. Entonces, bueno, hoy en día vivimos en una era donde el 84% del tiempo nos la pasamos en aplicaciones de mensajería. Esto sobre todo en Latinoamérica, en otras regiones evidentemente hay otros aplicativos, hay otras aplicaciones mismas de mensajería como Messenger, pero particularmente 84% del tiempo hoy en día lo hacemos en WhatsApp, ¿no? Y de ahí este canal, así como todos hoy que estamos aquí en el evento y que seguramente tenemos 100 notificaciones pendientes, grupos, canales con amigos, con negocios, bueno, pues se tiene precisamente una tasa de apertura increíble, la cual va al 95% y eso ha permitido acelerar los negocios, ¿no? A partir de ahí, a partir de setear la expectativa alrededor de WhatsApp, ¿quiénes son esas empresas líderes hoy en el mercado con las que nosotros trabajamos y que ya están haciendo este cambio, esta transformación a través de mensajería? Bueno, aquí hay algunos logos: Coca-Cola, Unilever, Pepsi, Nestlé, P&G, Mondelez, tanto embotelladores como empresas de consumo, que sobre todo son compañías que están de manera regional o en todo Latinoamérica. Esto no aplica solamente a México, también tenemos presencia en países como Brasil, Guatemala, Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Perú. Precisamente estas empresas hoy en día están haciendo negocios con nosotros y revolucionando el canal. De hecho, en una parte de la presentación que les tengo preparada para el día de hoy, lo vamos a hacer de manera remota y van a andar accediendo y viviendo la experiencia como si fueran dueños de estos negocios del canal tradicional. Entonces, bueno, algunos resultados brevemente, ¿no? Hoy en día dentro de la plataforma Yalo, que nos conectamos a WhatsApp, tenemos alrededor de 2.7 millones de tienditas activas en la plataforma, ¿no? Esto ha hecho que todas estas tienditas estén listas todo el tiempo para poder interactuar con esos negocios, ¿no? Más de 40 países hoy disponibles utilizando la plataforma. Y bueno, después de implementar, disculpen, es que se está moviendo un poco acá. Bueno, al implementar una estrategia de comercio conversacional, hemos visto estos resultados: un aumento del ticket promedio alrededor del 22%, y este 2.7 millones de tiendas que ya tenemos activa han estado aumentando sus ingresos, la gran mayoría, y otras también reduciendo costos alrededor de comercio conversacional. Y esto, bueno, da pie a que el comercio hoy en día es más inteligente, más personal. Queremos que suceda evidentemente día con día y muy conversacional. Y esto ya es particularmente lo que hemos visto alrededor del cambio dentro del canal tradicional, ¿no? Y este cambio ha sido muy relevante, esta relación tan estrecha que tiene un preventista que va, tal vez no todos los días porque no lo permite su ruta, pero al menos una vez a la semana va a estas tienditas, tiene una relación 1 a 1, conversa con ellos de manera presencial, algunos hasta le platica inclusive de su vida, ¿no? A veces los tenderos tienen una relación tan estrecha que probablemente tiene su número de WhatsApp y ya hasta su número de WhatsApp ahí le manda el pedido 1 a 1. Es una relación que queremos reforzar. Es una relación que queremos hacer cada vez más fuerte y esto lo permite esta evolución que hemos visto. Partimos de este preventista, después en el 2000 vino este apogeo de EDIs, estas maquinitas, ¿no? O estos devices que van y desde ahí hace el pedido. Después pasamos una era donde decíamos, ok, ahora aplicaciones y portales y B2B, ¿no? Esta era, bueno, ha tenido también muchos retos interesantes. Ejemplo, en las aplicaciones, pues depende también el celular, qué tipo de celular es, qué gama tiene, si tiene o no tiene datos, en este caso el canal tradicional o el tendero. Son algunos de los retos a los que se han enfrentado y que plataformas como conversacionales como WhatsApp han venido a cambiar todo eso. En la gran mayoría de países de Latinoamérica lo que sucede es que los datos son ilimitados para aplicaciones de mensajería. Eso nos permite quitar una brecha también de adopción, que es importante. Hace rato justo también con retos de change management los llega a ver, pero lo importante aquí es que ya es una aplicación que todos tienen en sus dispositivos y bueno, que mejor que podernos comunicar 1 a 1 si ya están ahí, ¿no? Y haciendo esta transformación hemos atacado diferentes mercados y sobre todo diferentes modelos de distribución. Ha habido players en la industria que se van a un modelo de solo vendo por call center, ha habido players que la misma pandemia vino a cambiar eso, o son distribuidores exclusivos, o son multimarcas, ¿no? Hay muchas maneras de hacer modelos de distribución. Lo importante aquí es que nuestro ecosistema de soluciones los atiende a todos, ¿no? Y este ecosistema de solución y esta plataforma justo es lo que busca. Buscamos estos ciertos momentos, impulsarlos durante todo el ciclo completo que pueda vivir un CPG sobre todo, ¿no? Entonces, este ciclo lo solucionamos a través de 3 importantes pasos. El primero es a través de la tecnología. Y para eso, Yalo tiene una plataforma completa que se llama Yalo Studio. Y bueno, en esta plataforma tenemos cómo crear los flujos, tenemos una experiencia de comercio, tenemos la experiencia analítica, la experiencia de marketing o de engagement y finalmente Sales Desk para esos momentos donde necesitamos hacer una escalación a algún agente humano, ¿no? Entonces, toda esa tecnología no se podría si no tuviéramos también una fórmula para el éxito, ¿no? Y esa fórmula es precisamente esos 3 pilares que nos van a permitir sumar tecnología más consultoría. En este caso la consultoría también la ofrecemos nosotros, vamos en conjunto, hacemos activaciones en los EDIs de cada uno de los clientes que tenemos y bueno, es un proceso que al final nos lleva a una activación. Esta activación se ve reflejada por fases, digamos la fase 1 es esta activación y esta fase 1 donde ocurre la activación es literal registrar a las tienditas. Una vez la tiendita o el negocio, el changarro ya está registrado, podemos iniciar a conversar con ellos, podemos iniciar a obtener data y esa data ya no se va a quedar en el dispositivo de un preventista, sino toda la data ya queda unificada en la plataforma y al final como CPG toda esa data la vas a poder tener y empezar a hacer más estrategias comerciales que a ti te convengan, ¿no? La fase 2 ya viene la transformación donde ya hay mucho más inteligente, ahorita lo vamos a ver en la demostración, donde ya se vuelve compra asistida inclusive y lo hacemos de una manera más ágil y finalmente la lealtad, ¿no? Ya un comercio mucho más predictivo, un comercio ya donde nos estamos integrando hoy en día y también lo van a ver en el ejemplo con Gen AI, con temas de GPT, todo esto lo tenemos muy en conjunto para la fase 3, ¿no? Cuando ya el cliente está mucho más maduro. Y bueno, creo que ya les platiqué mucho, qué mejor que lo podamos ver. Les voy a pedir, los que están remoto, espero puedan escanear este QR, los que estamos aquí presencial también me ayuden escaneándolo. Me voy a mover un poco para que los que estén aquí a la derecha lo puedan ver. Si no se ve muy nítido, creo que tenemos una pantallita aquí que también los puede escanear. ¿Qué va a ocurrir cuando lo escaneen? Les va a mandar a WhatsApp, a su WhatsApp, con una palabrita que dice Latam por este Summit. Les voy a pedir que le den en enviar. en el botoncito azul de WhatsApp que todos tenemos y los va a saludar. Es lo único que va a hacer. Los va a saludar. Hola, tu nombre. No se asuste. Veo como reacciones de cómo sabe el nombre. No se asusten. Lo sabe porque es el nombre con el que ustedes están dados de alta en WhatsApp. Y si tienen un nickname, lo va a aparecer ahí. Esos son datos públicos que ustedes colocan en su WhatsApp. ¿Ok? Este proceso es un proceso de opt-in. Es un proceso cuando ustedes ya lo saludaron, ¿no? Alce la mano quien ya se pudo registrar, quien ya lo saludó. Ah, buenísimo. La gran mayoría de los que estamos aquí presencial. Déjenme hago aquí un refresh para que iniciemos con la experiencia. Remotamente igual, espero ya hayan podido darse de alta. Sí, ya tenemos por aquí 25 personas, me aparecen ya aquí que ya escanearon. Entonces, perfecto. Bueno, ¿qué va a suceder ahorita? Este proceso que acabamos de vivir todos, fue un QR. Los dueños de los changarros también lo pueden vivir de esta forma, ¿no? Tú llegas como FEMSA y colocas un QR y dile, oye, ¿sabías que ya puedes conversar con nosotros en WhatsApp? Aquí está este QR, escanéalo y te saludamos. O puede ser que proactivamente ayudemos a ese registro. O a lo mejor ya tengo ese dato, ya tengo su celular por algún tema particular, igual lo podría empezar a contactar. Hay muchas formas para hacer el opt-in en este escenario. Asumamos todos que somos dueños de una tiendita y que empezamos con todo este proceso, ¿no? Yo igual aquí lo voy a estar viviendo en mi celular. Y bueno, ¿qué va a ocurrir? Vamos a mandarle una promo de bienvenida a todos ustedes, a todos los que estamos aquí en este foro. En este momento estamos recibiendo una promoción de Corporación Rica, ¿no? Donde lo que decimos es, hola, soy Maggie, muchas gracias por registrarte a nuestro canal. Recibe 4 botellas de Coca-Cola gratis en tu próximo pedido, ¿no? Y bueno, esta es una forma de empezar a enganchar. Los invito a que le pongamos OK, adelante. Al momento de hacer OK, adelante, me va a empezar a hacer un cuestionario, ¿no? Porque me dijo que me va a regalar las botellitas, pero que le ayude a responder 4 breves preguntas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, ¿qué tipo de persona es la que compra, ¿no? cerca de tu negocio? Mira, yo la voy a inventar que tengo una tiendita tal vez que está cerca de algunos vecinos de la colonia, ¿no? OK, muy bien. ¿Qué hay cerca de mi negocio? Pues la verdad yo tengo aquí muy cerca una escuela. Voy a poner que tengo una escuela bastante cerca. Y bueno, estamos trabajando en ideas para premiar tu lealtad. ¿Qué tipo de recompensas? Bueno, ¿a quién no le gustan los descuentos? Yo le voy a decir que me gustan los descuentos. Por último me pregunta ¿cuándo es mi cumpleaños? Bueno, está bien. No. Qué bueno que no estoy proyectando para que no vean mi edad. Entonces, le va... Sí, escríbanle ahí, no sé, 3 de octubre, no es necesario que den su fecha real, no se preocupen, esto es una demostración. Y bueno, ¿qué acaba de ocurrir? Ya con eso terminamos esta parte del perfilador. Entonces, ¿qué está ocurriendo atrás? Bueno, que eso es lo más importante. Toda esta data que ahorita ya conocemos de esta tiendita, es una data que normalmente a un CPG le cuesta mucho trabajo obtener. Le cuesta crear un perfil único del cliente, el cual le diga, ok, mira, ya sé que don Luis, que en este caso soy yo, tiene una tiendita donde cerca de él hay una escuela. Ok, ¿qué me dice eso? Muy bien, probablemente yo le empiece a mandar promociones de productos que específicamente vayan dirigidos a una escuela, a niños tal vez, en la mañana, ¿no? Entonces, empezamos a tener toda esa data y esa data genera valor y como ustedes saben, la data es poder y la data nos va a dar una capacidad más grande de toma de decisión. El ejemplo de eso es que al tener nosotros esa data, no sé si aquí de casualidad tengamos, por ejemplo, a Victoria Salazar o este remoto. Ah, mira, Victoria, por ejemplo, Victoria que está aquí nos dijo que su tienda está cerca de vecinos de la colonia, que está en una zona habitacional, que al igual que a mí le gustan los descuentos, y que su cumpleaños es el 26 de febrero. ¿Estamos de acuerdo, Victoria? Entonces, esa data, así como la vemos para Victoria, la podemos ver para todos nosotros. No estaba arreglado, por eso les pregunté. Da la casualidad que Victoria afortunadamente está aquí. Pero eso nos ayuda a ir creando estos perfiles de cliente. Y muy bien, pero ahora me gustaría que vivan la experiencia de cómo vamos a comprar. Tenemos varias formas. Ahorita me voy por el camino largo, todavía tenemos buen tiempo. Y ahorita vamos a una experiencia mucho más ágil. Entonces, para ir al camino largo, vamos a imaginar que ya fue mi preventista. De nuevo, esto es para hacer más eficiente esa relación. Tal vez tenía poco tiempo, pero ya fue, me entregó y nos dijo, luego nos vemos porque tengo mucha prisa. Pero me puede llegar, por ejemplo, el recibo digital. Ahorita van ustedes a recibir literal este C-Receipt que le llamamos. Es un PDF donde trae un pedido inventado, ¿no? Con algunos productos. En mi caso trae una Fanta, una Coca-Cola y un jugo del Valle. Y con todo esto, este es el recibo digital para que el tendero lo tenga ahí a la mano, ¿no? Sabemos que a veces usan notas o lo tenga ahí, pero ¿qué viene aquí? Por ejemplo, ¿quiere seguir recibiendo? Sí, los invito a que le pongan sí, si quiero seguir recibiendo promociones. Y les va a aparecer un menú. Les voy a pedir que por favor en el menú le pongan hacer un pedido, ¿ok? ¿Todos aquí estamos ya en el menú? ¿Sí? Buenísimo. Hacer un pedido y le damos a enviar, por favor. Lamentablemente no, por temas técnicos no podemos proyectar, pero si quieres al final del foro te acerco y te lo muestro en el celular, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, al hacer un pedido pueden tener ustedes opciones como pedido nuevo o en el caso, la gran mayoría como no ha hecho nunca un pedido, no van a tener un pedido sugerido, pero bueno, le podemos colocar pedido nuevo. Les va a decir, ok, ya sé cuál es tu tiendita, ya sé en dónde está ubicada, todos estos datos ya los tenemos. Y les va a aparecer un link que los va a llevar a nuestra experiencia de comercio. ¿Todos están en ese link? Pedido nuevo puede ser, si quieres, o sugerido, está bien. Esta es una tiendita que armamos precisamente para fines de esta demostración. Y bueno, esta tiendita, cuando ustedes acceden, van a poder ver varios productos, ¿no? Van a poder ver categorías, van a poder ver recomendaciones. Aquí los invito a que jueguen un poco, coloquen a lo mejor, no sé, agreguen al carrito algunos artículos, los que ustedes quieran. Ahorita no le pusimos ningún límite, por ejemplo, al carrito, cosa que se puede hacer claramente como cualquier commerce, reglas de monto, reglas de cantidad a lo mejor, o número de items, ¿no? N cantidad de reglas que se pueden poner. Ahorita mi interés no es explicarles en detalle el commerce, más bien que lo vivan. Entonces, los invito a que coloquen todos artículos en su carrito, después los lleva al carrito y le van a dar en realizar pedidos, un botoncito verde grandote que van a encontrar en la parte de abajo, y le damos confirmar tu pedido, sí, ¿no? Entonces, a confirmar el pedido, y creo que de hecho le voy a cambiar aquí en la presentación, porque cuando escanean no lo van a estar recibiendo ahorita. Pero bueno, les va a regresar todo el pedido. A todos les regresó el pedido en WhatsApp, ¿sí? No, les di el resumen en texto de lo que acaban de elegir ustedes en su carrito. Este es como el camino largo, pero era para que experimentaran completo. Y ya al darle continuamos, sí continuamos, me dice cuándo me van a entregar este pedido, cuánto va a ser y más importante, cómo voy a pagar, ¿no? En Latinoamérica muchos players lo sabemos que fintech están creciendo muchísimo. Pudiera yo ofrecerle un crédito, pudiera yo ofrecerle de manera más tradicional un pago digital, o la verdad es que la gran mayoría está muy acostumbrado a pago con reentrega o en efectivo, ¿no? Evidentemente aquí podemos soportar cualquier opción, vamos a elegir efectivo para fines de la demo. Tarjeta, nos integramos con bastantes players de la industria para hacer pagos electrónicos, o si fuese el caso ofrecer crédito, ¿no? Es algo que también está siendo súper interesante. Y bueno, nos dio el resumen. Entonces, ¿qué acabamos de hacer solo a modo de recap? Bueno, lo que acabamos de hacer precisamente es, primero recibimos una notificación proactiva donde me dio mi recibo y de paso, en cualquier momento yo puedo activar ese menú. Ahorita está una experiencia controlada, pero ¿qué pasa? O sea, el día a día de un tendero, de un dueño de una tiendita, puede ser que el día estuvo súper ajetreado y ya llegué a casa, ya estoy tranquilo. Sabes que ahorita tengo tiempo de poder hacer el pedido. Lo puedo hacer en ese momento. O proactivamente nosotros decirle, oye, ya viene el fin de semana y no olvides que viene la final de la Champions League o tal evento de fútbol, anticipa tus compras y te recomiendo que hagas el pedido de esto, ¿no? Ser un poquito más predictivos y también aumentar nosotros ese ticket promedio. Y bueno, vamos a hacer una última dinámica, que es algo que le llamamos One Tap Buy. Van a recibir en estos momentos una notificación muy parecida con el recibo, pero aquí va a haber algo importante. Aquí le vamos a decir, mira, noté que hace rato acaba de ir tu preventista e hiciste un pedido bien, pero no aprovechaste una promo que tengo para ti. Fíjate que la promo es 30% en aceite en este caso. ¿qué te parece si aprovechas ese descuento? Porque tú me habías dicho que te gustaban los descuentos. ¿Te gusta la idea? Pues ¿sabes qué? Hoy me gusta la idea, le voy a dar OK, me gusta la idea. ¿Cuántos garrafones quieres pedir? Aquí lo importante es, ya no me tengo que ir a una experiencia de e-commerce, no es necesario para este caso de uso. Hay casos de uso donde evidentemente es bastante necesario. Pero aquí, ¿cuántos garrafones quiero pedir? Mira, la verdad quiero pedir 10, ahorita no tengo tanto dinero, ¿no? Entonces dice, también tengo una oferta en Del Valle en Megalata, ¿te interesaría verla? Pues a ver, cuéntame. Si ustedes le ponen no gracias, ahí va a terminar la experiencia, pero me platicó aquí, OK, 15% de descuento en Del Valle, ¿cómo ves? Pues listo, démosle, mándame la promo, ¿no? ¿Y cuántas cajas quiero pedir? Perfecto, te enviaremos tal, confirmamos tu pedido, sí, confirmado, y ya quedó, ¿no? Entonces, esta es otra forma de hacer pedido, que más allá de hacer pedido, es hacer más eficiente varios procesos. Ejemplo, si ya de por sí vamos a mandar un camión a esa ruta tal día, tal vez antes de que salga podríamos mandar esta notificación. O también algo que sucede es, estas notificaciones inteligentes que mandamos de campañas, lo que nos va a ayudar a muchos de los tenderos es también no solo a recordar, sino saber que no solo dependo del preventista. Y también no solo saber eso, sino el tiempo. Porque el tiempo es algo que, de verdad, si mandamos el mensaje correcto en el momento adecuado, es muy seguro que estos clientes tengan, más la tasa de apertura de esta plataforma, pues tengan buenos resultados. Dime. No. De que te regrese. Sí. Sí, si tú tuvieras una tienda, digamos, productivo, porque es ambiente demo, tú puedes en cualquier momento poner, ¿sabes qué? Quiero editar un pedido, me equivoqué. O inclusive me llegó la promo, la había aceptado, pero ya me fijé bien y ahorita no tengo dinero. Déjame editar el pedido. Pudieses editar el pedido. Entonces eso sí pudiese ser una experiencia productiva, tú lo pudieses hacer sin ningún problema. De hecho es un caso muy recurrente que tú en el menú tengas la opción ver mis órdenes. Y cuando ves tus órdenes, ahí tú puedas editar esas órdenes que a lo mejor lo pusiste por error, a lo mejor no te diste cuenta, lo que fuese, lo puedas editar. ¿Vale? Y bueno, no sé si podamos... Aquí está ya. Bueno, algunos de los casos, creo que se puso el video, ahorita no les quería mostrar el video, ya está. Algunos de los casos de éxito, no se ve acá, ¿verdad? Te doy adelante. La de FEMSA. La que sigue. Ah, ya. Listo, gracias. Bueno, algunos de los casos de éxito y resultados, algunos de los clientes que traemos hoy para platicarles. El caso de FEMSA, 1.5 millones de tienditas. Hoy en día, de cero de no tener un negocio, ahora ya tienen 1.2 billones corriendo, aumentando los ingresos en la plataforma, en WhatsApp, de nuevo, de algo de que antes no tenían. También esos casos los pueden consultar en nuestra página web. Ahora me voy a ir a otro caso de éxito. Creo que se para por el video, ¿verdad? Ahí está, CBC. Ahí. Ah, si quieres, aunque ellos lo vean así. Yo veo aquí el video, pero no importa. Vale. Sí. Entonces, CBC, embotellador también. Tiendas activas que tiene hoy en día más de 220,000. Y bueno, las tiendas empezó a aumentar el uso de la plataforma. En menos de una semana ya estábamos empezando a utilizar la plataforma, ¿no? También el otro caso que tenemos es Compragora en Brasil. Para Compragora en Brasil igual, estamos aumentando las ventas en el canal, 10 millones de ventas por el canal, ha habido un gran retorno de inversión y bueno, ahorita también Compragora, por ejemplo, tiene su marketplace y también desde aquí impulsamos que vayan y que utilicen este marketplace, ¿no? Y bueno, antes de... Sí, creo que está como pasmado ahí. Este también es video, no sé por qué se quedó ahí. Listo. Aquí con esto. Entonces, bueno, me gustaría abrir preguntas y respuestas por si alguien tiene alguna duda de los del foro. Lamentablemente no puedo enseñarles el celular, eso me impide otra experiencia que les tenía preparada, pero no sé si con gusto se las voy a mandar en un follow-up. Dime.
Respecto a lo que mencionas, de que una marca puede incrementar considerablemente la cantidad de tiendas que puede tener por el canal tradicional. La usabilidad de eso, ustedes lo tienen medido porque en cantidad de venta, ¿cuánto es el promedio? Que lo pasaste bien rápido y lo dijiste.
Sí, bueno, la usabilidad te refieres a medir qué tanta recurrencia están metiéndose, cuántos pedidos colocan, etcétera. Todo eso lo medimos en nuestro módulo de Analytics. En la parte donde dije tecnología, donde está Yalo Studio como plataforma, o sea, al final el tendero usa WhatsApp y ahí es donde, como lo acabamos de vivir, ahí lo van a hacer. Pero atrás de ello hay toda una plataforma que es Yalo y ahí tú en Analytics, en Dashboards, puedes estar midiendo todo esto que está ocurriendo. Pues, por ejemplo, el caso es que en tiempo no lo traigo ahorita el dato claro, pero en tiempo nuestros Go Lives, por ejemplo, han ido en aumentar, empezando desde una semana hasta 4 semanas, es el tiempo promedio de una implementación normal. O sea, en menos de un mes ya estás up and running, es lo que nosotros hacemos. Entonces, más o menos en eso, una buena métrica ha sido, por ejemplo, con Pragora, que en ese mes ellos lograron subir más o menos, si no mal recuerdo, 2x las ventas gracias a WhatsApp en ese mes. Entonces, por la usabilidad que tuvieron, ¿no? También Brasil ya tenía un marketplace y ya tenía un mercado diferente, específicamente compradoras de Unilever. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Sí, dime. Claro.
Totalmente informado, no está en el proceso, pero aumentar la productividad del preventista. El preventista está maximizando su productividad para mejorar sus funciones. ¿Han buscado maneras con Yalo, apalancando tecnología para hacer de una manera más estructurada?
Sí, en la parte de la estrategia inicial donde hacemos la activación, la hacemos con incentivos. Esos incentivos hay muchas maneras de fondearlos, pero los incentivos son para el preventista. Entonces el preventista lo que hace es, él también impulsa que utilicen WhatsApp para que por ahí se enteren de más promociones, porque algo que hemos visto como un fenómeno bien interesante y también lo mencionaron en el panel, a veces el preventista no le da tiempo de contarle todas las promociones que había, o ni siquiera se acuerda, o él ya sabe, este cliente siempre me pide lo mismo, yo le voy a decir que si quiere lo mismo de siempre, pero realmente ese cliente no se entera si hay algo nuevo, si hay algún producto nuevo, ¿no? Y ahí es donde, apalancados con WhatsApp, le mandamos nosotros las notificaciones para decirle, oye, mira, siempre pides esto, está súper bien, pero ahora podrías pedir esto, ¿no? O ahora hay esta promoción. E inclusive con esto le ayudas a tu preventista a llegar a su cuota de ventas. Entonces va muy apalancado para que ellos tengan buenos resultados. Exacto. Súper. Perdón, ¿sí adelante?
Entonces, todos estos procesos generalmente son muy caros versus lo que podría ser las campañas más tradicionales. ¿Cómo funciona en definitiva? ¿Hace esta combinación para poder llegar a un precio que sea competitivo?
Sí, creo que es una mezcla, como al final la que acabas de describir, es una mezcla entre hacer desde la plataforma Yalo, tiene varios módulos. Entonces, como plataforma tú ingresas a Yalo y ahí puedes, por ejemplo, crear una experiencia de comercio como la que vimos. Si no te interesa una experiencia de comercio, solo podrías hacer un flujo. Entonces, podrías hacer un flujo donde en el caso de estudiantes, precisamente es, ok, paso 1, ¿qué va a hacer? Y eso hacerlo no es programativo, es totalmente declarativo y es sin código completamente y absolutamente. Entonces desde ahí tú puedes poner como, quiero que al principio lo saludes, después de que lo saludes quiero que le pidas a lo mejor algún dato, y ahí con eso te puedes ir al otro módulo que es Engagement y desde ahí mandar todas las notificaciones a esa audiencia que tú ya tienes segmentada. Subes ahí esa audiencia y podrías mandarle todas las notificaciones. Y luego en el dashboard podrías ver cuántos de estos abrieron el mensaje, cuántos de estos están conversando, cuántos de estos hicieron el call to action que tú les mandaste, que a lo mejor es de aquí de ese mensaje WhatsApp vete a tal página, o no sé, me estoy inventando el caso de uso, pero lo que fuese, o regístrate para tal evento, cuántos ya tienes registrados, etcétera, y todo eso tú lo puedas medir. Entonces todo eso al final lo ponemos, o el front, siempre es WhatsApp, porque es la plataforma que toda la gente ya tiene, pero todo el back es la plataforma de Yalo por sí.
¿Y ese Yalo, digamos, viene como a reemplazar HubSpot o puede estar integrado?
Nos hemos integrado a CRMs tipo HubSpot, tipo Salesforce, ¿no? Nos hemos integrado a temas de servicio al cliente tipo Zendesk, Genesis, ¿no? Los players como más grande, tenemos muchas integraciones a ellos, porque precisamente complementamos la arquitectura actual que ya tiene un cliente. No es al revés de cliente, múdate a toda nuestra arquitectura. Lo que sí es que Yalo es la única plataforma nativa en WhatsApp. Entonces lo que sí hace es que al ser nativo es WhatsApp mañana saca algo, ya lo tienes. Un ejemplo de eso es pagos. En Brasil ya aceptan pagos desde WhatsApp, cosa que ya sucedía en la India desde hace años. Lo importante aquí es que por regulaciones, no por tecnología, por regulaciones, normalmente hay un atraso de liberar esos capabilities que ya están listos para hacer. En Brasil ya se puede y enseguida ya lo puedes hacer en WhatsApp. Lo mismo va a suceder probablemente en otros países de Latinoamérica. Solo es temas de regulaciones. Sí, capta bien, estamos bien. Sí, ¿en qué, perdón? ¿Distribución en qué? Ah, ok. Sí, en realidad yo ahorita la traje muy específica para canal tradicional, esta presentación, pero no estamos solamente en el canal tradicional. Otro ejemplo también es los retailers grandes. Tenemos tipo Sodimac, Coppel, Palacio de Hierro, marcas que también tienen como mucha presencia. También hacemos con ellos QSRs, Alsea, Starbucks, Domino's, Chili's, todos ellos players, también puedes hasta pedir a través de WhatsApp. Entonces, hoy no me enfoqué tanto en otros players, podemos ver la industria en particular que mencionas para saber qué players o qué clientes tenemos ahí, y es cosa de hacerlo. La verdad es que lo que hemos visto muy fácil o muy práctico es poner en las manos la tecnología que es el flow para que cada quien pueda desarrollar ahí lo que se le ocurra. Y ahora lo paquetizamos para que no empieces desde cero. Si tú dices, por ejemplo, ¿sabes qué? Tengo un restaurante y quiero que la gente desde ahí en WhatsApp pueda ubicar cuál es su restaurante más cercano y le pregunte al flujo y el flujo le conteste, eso ya es un paquetito, entonces nada más lo pegas, ¿no? No tienes que hacerlo desde cero. Claro. Claro. Sí, ya te entendí perfectamente. Y sí, los dueños de restaurantes o los chefs inclusive se pueden comunicar con el vendor a través de aquí. De hecho, no sé si aquí, me parece que sí, aquí en Miami funciona, pero si tú pones inclusive buscar empresas en WhatsApp, desde ahí tú puedes ya encontrar comercios. Entonces, si es que a lo mejor no tienes quién sea tu vendor, pero si ya tienes quién es tu vendor, el que te tiene que disponibilizar el canal es este vendor o este tercero, ¿no? Entonces, este tercero que siempre te da el aceite es el que te tiene que decir, ahora ya me puedes contactar por WhatsApp, y ahí es donde van a poder hacer los pedidos, donde van a poder ver su historial, donde los van a poder contactar. Igualito el caso lo tenemos en México con un dueño de un restaurante, de hecho, y él le pide a Coca-Cola productos para que le lleguen a sus cadenas de restaurantes, porque tiene varios restaurantes, ¿no? Entonces es bastante parecido, pero sí lo hemos llegado a desarrollar. Listo, creo que estamos en tiempo, aquí me marca. Bueno, yo les agradezco mucho a todos y bueno, vamos a la siguiente ponencia. Gracias.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
este workshop de cómo lograr generar una omnicanalidad con otras herramientas de venta. Creo que esto que nos mostró el canal tradicional de cómo potenciar su venta a través de WhatsApp es una tremenda herramienta. Bueno, espero que estén todos bien y estén listos para nuestra próxima sesión. En esta ocasión abordaremos un tema clave para el futuro de Latinoamérica, la sostenibilidad como driver de consumo. Esta sesión será moderada por Antonio Monquier, CEO del Grupo Ola. Y contaremos con la presentación de Marcel Motta, Managing Director de Latinoamérica de Euromonitor. Después tendremos un panel de conversación con dos expertas en el tema, Roberto Ibañez, que es parte del grupo Kayyak, del Venture Capital, y Carolina Echenique, emprendedora chilena y fundadora de TIKA Foods. Comencemos, Antonio, con este panel y cuéntanos cómo avanzamos.
Tell us how we'll do this. Very well. Welcome after your break. I hope you have been able to find good places for lunch and to recharge your energies, because we're now on the final stretch. We will be immersing in a world where yesterday in the presentation which was very impactful for everyone, has to do with sustainability as a driver for consumption. We'll talk about the arrival of the conscious consumer and how this is developing in Latin America. We will also talk about how businesses can respond to these new demands for more sustainable brands and how to be socially responsible. Finally, we will talk about sustainability of businesses and time, how we can give purpose to our investment without sacrificing profitability. Again, we would like to remind you that we have the QR code, which is on the screen, so that you may pose your questions. We will respond at the end of the panel. And those of us who are watching us virtually, you can do it through the chat. In the session, we will begin with Marcel Motta. Marcel Motta will give us a presentation that will be through the monitor and then through Euromonitor, and then we will have a conversation with Carolina Echenique and Roberto Ibañez, who will come up front after Marcel Motta's presentation. Welcome. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone, all of you who are accompanying us by streaming. We would like to talk about the impact of sustainability in the market in Latin America. This sustainability has become a global trend, and people more and more are conscious of the importance of this and the resources for future generation. As the need for world economy it becomes urgent, businesses will generate this they have to be conscious of this reality if they want to be a true business. There are sustainable practices in Latin America which are historic, like solar energy, organic coffee, and food products. In Brazil, we have solar energy and food as we take it as an everyday matter. But there are countries with lower income than Brazil in Latin America. The options of products should have economic sense so that consumers will be attracted to this. So at Euromonitor, we begin with, we deal with world markets of consumers. We have 30 businesses in 6 countries. We also have a product called sustainability, which is important for consumers. The voice of the industry and the voice of the consumer are products that we have to capture perception of consumers towards sustainability. This capture the information from consumer throughout the businesses. It's important that we look at every side and see how it's changing. In 2019, as far as industry, 49% of businesses said that sustainability strategies were active in their company. By 2022, almost 70% said that they have a sustainability strategy. This is a clear advancement in the space of 2 years. We are sure that these numbers will increase in the upcoming years. However, when we look at the Latin American businesses and compare them with the rest of the world, we find that Latin America is behind. 56% of CEOs say that they're leading in sustainability and operation, 66% in North America, and 60% of CEOs in Western Europe. What we're seeing now is that sustainability is not just a strategy. It must be embedded in the DNA of businesses. Recent declarations of CEOs, sustainability is not charity, it is the new business model, the new low cost. And the reason why we care so much about sustainable business is because we think it contributes to our bottom line. In evolution, there is an evolution of perception of what sustainability is in Latin America. We have been surveying these businesses every year, and we see an evolution in the perception. Before the pandemic, 84% of businesses defined sustainability as a protection of the environment. In 2020, we repeated this survey and we found that 66% of businesses in the region prioritize social matters over environmental issues. In 2022, we found in our survey that 72% of businesses prioritized the ESG issues and the environment. Therefore, even though the perception of sustainability has always been present, there are different values with regard to the priorities over the years. The perception of sustainability is not static. This is a very interesting slide also. If we analyze this, the evolution between perception, we see that the blue line, the evolution of those who are concerned for climatic changes from 2015 after the historic Paris Agreement. And then after the pandemic, we find there was a change. The pandemic was a catalyst for cementing this perception. If we look at the darker line, consumers felt that there was a difference. There is an acceleration after 2015. In our survey, Voice of the Industry, almost 50% of businesses in Latin America said that environment was the ESG pillar that's the most important. Then another perception talked about recession, and just 12% said that governance was the most important pillar of ESG. The consumer side, more than 76% of consumers in Latin America said that environmental change, climatic change is the most important, and 72% expect that climate change will affect the economy of the region. Now, we find that the consumer perception it is believed that consumers in Latin America is behind with respect to the rest of the world. But bear in mind that consumers in Latin America are more worried and they're more engaged about climate change than the rest of the world. 73% of Latin American consumers said that they're worried about climate change compared to 66% worldwide. When they were asked if they could make a difference with their actions in climate change, 68% of Latin American consumers said yes, compared to 58% of the rest of the world. It's a large difference. Now, bear in mind that Mexico has the highest consumer concerned about climate change in the region. In a second global survey, Mexico is only behind the Philippines in this point of view. When we talk about Latin America and plastics, globally, we expect that the production of plastic will continue to increase. And bear in mind that when Latin Americans were asked, only 7% of consumers in Latin America considered plastic as sustainable. When they were asked what is really important, what environmental action is really important, 65% said they wanted less plastic. That would be their number one priority. It is clear that plastics is something that is present in the mind of Latin America. There is a overemphasis there is a great demand for sustainable packaging, and consumers in Brazil and Mexico are leading the way. Over about 70% wanted sustainable packaging, but there are very few products in sustainable packaging. There are not that very many packages. The size of the circles are the number of packaging with sustainable packaging. In UK and the United States, the circles are larger, but the great opportunities are in Brazil and Mexico, where there is a large demand, but there are very few available products. On the right side, we see some responses of the industry, like the Nestle, the Nespresso coffee pods. When we asked consumers in these surveys, what is the most sustainable packaging, 52% of consumers said that recyclable are the most sustainable, followed by biodegradable with 49%. The important thing is that these are the packaging have the claim of recyclable. We'll see now. There's the other side of the equation, the businesses. What are the responses and what is changing? Almost 80% of businesses that were surveyed stated that they plan to invest in sustainable packaging, and 33% invest in they invest to prevent greenwashing. If we find these investment, we have businesses invested in these with packaging, sustainable packaging, and low carbon footprint. While almost 68% of consumers in Latin America have stated that they feel they can have an impact, only 8% of businesses feel that they are effective in communicating sustainability to their consumers. So think of this discrepancy. 68% of consumers state that they believe that they can have an impact with their action, but only 8% of businesses state that they are effective in communicating sustainability to their consumers. So we also asked businesses about changes and how they communicate sustainability. The main positive difference is that they plan to focus on packaging and product claims. Claims and packaging. Another important aspect, if consumers are willing to pay more, we ask consumers, are you willing to pay more for food and beverage products that are eco-friendly? And we found that in Brazil, Peru, and Colombia are the most, they're more likely to spend more on eco-friendly products. It is also clear that there is no correlation between a level of income and consumers that are willing to spend more for eco-friendly products. The takeaways, the great opportunity that we find today in Latin America. More than 70% of consumers in surveys in Latin America, they say that they can make a difference in sustainability through the choices and the actions. They feel empowered. 70%, however, only 8% of companies in Latin America stated that they communicate sustainability successfully. There is a discrepancy that's very clear, so there is a large opportunity to communicate with consumers about their packaging through the claims that they make. More takeaways. Also, sustainability is not just a strategy. businesses must have sustainability in their DNA. Investors, are being consumers or government are pressuring their competitors to be more sustainable. Our survey says that CEOs in Latin America have an opportunity to become more involved with sustainability and become an update to be equal as their partners in Europe. The impact and consequence of climate change will only increase in Latin America. Also, take into account that our survey shows that the conscience and sensibility are greater in Latin America than it is in the rest of the world. Trust and transparency with certification are important to avoid greenwashing because they're thinking about accreditation. Also, economic access is key. With all these new technologies, it can reduce the cost of sustainability so that access of the consumer will be easier to sustainable products. So I hope this has shed some light on the topics that we will discuss on the panel now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Marcel. We will now have two business people join our panel. You may come up this way. Please approach us. We have Carolina Echenique, founder of TIKA Foods and Chocolate Factory. Carolina Garcia, Carolina Echenique, who created TIKA chips, produced with natural ingredients that had never been used in Chile. Now she has a diverse line of foods that has representation all over the world, with a singular, unique seal of aesthetics and innovation. We have also Roberto Ibañez, who is a co-founder of Inversiones Kayyak Ventures, a co-founder of Grupo TACH, and co-founder of Aceleraciones con Sentido. He is a partner of the Ola Group, and he is the fourth generation of an entrepreneurial family from Chile, very closely tied to retail business. And some time ago, he wrote a book that is available. We know that Roberto had a very transition health-wise, and he is undergoing treatment. And for us, it's a pride to have you here and with us, as well as thank you for your information, for all this information. Thank you. Thank you, Antonio. Very well. Let's go to our questions now. The first question for both of you. what do you understand by sustainability, and how does this translate to your day-to-day in your businesses? Carolina. Thank you, Antonio. Thanks for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be able to share this, my vision as a entrepreneur. And to me, sustainability, it goes hand in hand with even though for me it's difficult to separate sustainability from the entrepreneur. I think this is something that is in the ADN, the DNA of the entrepreneur. I would like to talk to you first about sustainability. When someone connects with their DNA, the way, their passion, their vision, it's like an avatar. You connect with the reality, your economic position. You cannot separate on that even when you are starting a business. And we can look at statistics, and we also need to follow this as individual. So it's very difficult to disassociate them. When you talk at this level of a sustainability, if you talk from the level of the business, there are businesses that are very connected to people, what the consumer is demanding. It's important to be able to link this. TIKA is a large enterprise in Chile. We have about 10% of the snacks segment in the country, and this sustainability permeates where the unmentionables were not able to read the consumer at the right moment. And TIKA communicates very well with sustainability on a personal level, because they read the consumer, they team up with the consumer, they generate value, they make a difference, and that is embedded in our DNA. The way we look at it in TIKA, first, because of the generation of value-added products that talk to the consumer, it has added value, not just because they're delicious and they're natural and they're made with ingredients that have never been used in this industry, but because they're products that provide opportunity. We work with the small farmers. They have not been able to integrate the productive chain. We have this patrimony. We have native potatoes and other products that are natural, and we have a passion and a power that is different, and it translates to our packaging. We also revolutionize packaging. We started packaging with design and quality, a different way of doing business. And the most important here is that we surprised the large multinational. We penetrated. They did not see this, but they're not that quite penetrated with the consumers and what industry is requiring from the industry. So this is a multifaceted, and this is tied to sustainability in this business. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I come from, my family is with Kayyak. As I commented yesterday, one of the things that the doctors recommended was to stop eating products with ingredients that you can't recognize what they are when you read it. I became a fanatic of TIKA products, and where there is no TIKA, I tell the shopkeeper, you need to get this in your store. So thank you very much. As I think about sustainability, and I have from a very young age a memory of when we were going to the beach, and we had been giving an assignment in school, and it was to ask our parents what they did. I am fourth generation of a retail company, a retail family. We sold our supermarkets to Walmart in Chile a few years ago. And in that question, the reply from my dad was quite interesting. Instead of telling me, look, we're in the business of supermarkets and whatnot, he says, Roberto, we give work to thousands of people throughout Chile and Argentina, and we operate and we help for society to grow. We also deliver products at a low cost to our clients at a close in close proximity, and we do this throughout with the supermarket. So the answer was something that remained with me, because it was not an answer like we are in supermarkets and the bottom line, but it was to see how through sustainability we were able to deliver benefits to consumers, to our workers, to make the country grow and achieve that a business would be profitable and scalable.
So from that perspective, I always start with sustainability from that point. And when we work at our family office some years ago, we set up our own venture capital business together with my brother. My brother was around. I don't know if he still is. And the purpose is to give back to entrepreneurs in Latin America who would have a definite purpose related to the environment without sidelining profitability and having a scalable model that could make a difference. So as a family, on the one hand, we've been always looking at sustainability. I'm doing that with my brother. And aside from that, we have the sustainability of the economic groups and families which may separate, and the long-standing purpose can be lost. So we need to look forward, because the impact we can generate is really a very large one. Okay, Roberto. Currently, many companies call themselves sustainable, but this is oftentimes a far cry from reality. How can we measure in a sustained and effective way the sustainability of a company? Which would be the most relevant indicators or benchmarks that you would use from your standpoint and the standpoint of the corporate sector? I think we must take into account the difference between output and outcomes. We can be generating an opportunity to vaccinate children in Africa against a disease. That is a very beautiful intent. But what is the outcome? How many people are you, how many children are you actually vaccinating against a disease? How much the disease rates are declining? So you have to take outcomes into account. And at the same time, you have to measure what's happening inside companies, because we need to know what they're doing regarding consumers, if they are meeting their goals, because you need to measure the NPS of people who work with you, if they're happy and growing. Sustainability is not only outward looking, but also inward looking. So we are always looking to those benchmarks. You have to consider investments, see what your objective is going to be, whether you are planning to give an opportunity to a migrant so they can buy a motorcycle to do delivery. So you need to have clear objectives. And sometimes we have a considerably higher CAC or, customer acquisition cost, and then also the social impact that we're seeking, we need to meet. Carolina, how are you applying your metrics, and how do you look at effectiveness and confidence when you're looking at the performance of sustainability? There are two ways of looking at it. One, as one more investment within your turf towards inside of your company, how's the in-house biodiversity and how each component relate to each other and are building up rapport where we all coexist. How's the strategy going? Are we doing what we think we're doing? Are we really self-sustainable in selecting our vendors, our production supplies, our revenues? Are we efficient in value creating, or we're just sustainable and profitable in name only? We just but yeah, you are more talk than action, and you're not amounting to much, as we say in our country. You do not generate enough content. So you need to look at who is contributing value, who is not within the team, who is creative, who's not, who is generating value added. And after that measurement, you need to measure the entire space, working space, retail space, whether we are being efficient on the retail space as compared to the traditional channel. Are we being efficient? Is there brand loyalty from your consumers? Consumers understand what you're trying to convey. They value you. They will easily replace you by somebody else. So there's quite a list of benchmarks that you can use to measure sustainability and whether you are self-supporting or not. And then this you can see in the numbers, and you should look more to the form rather than the content or the substance, whether we are capable of communicating with creative messaging, with quality products that will speak by themselves at the shelf vis-a-vis the consumer, or we're doing good, successful environmental marketing, sound marketing, or we can reach out to the consumer through a powerful advertising phrase and the packaging. So there are personal ways of measuring the performance of the company and inside and towards the outside. But most importantly, sustainability is much more than a number and a mere metric. How we do things and connect with other societies, and how the company is capable of generating values by looking at those small signals and signs in the environment. And big multinational corporations are not only always capable of following that through, and also trying to tap on the Latin American spirit of entrepreneurship, and those who want to create value vis-a-vis these behemoth companies that are not out there and they're not capable of reaching out to the customer. to know what they think, what they yearn, how they dream and project themselves with the products they are consuming. Are they projecting part of their spirit, dream, and passion in whatever they consume at home with their family every day? I'd like to get to something there, which is something that you already commented upon. And I'm going to give you an example of a brand of TV sets. I believe that for each sale of a TV set, we will plant a tree. And people, that was nice sounding, people would say that, but if you look back what this brand was doing before, are they paying very low or minimum wages in the production chain? That is really the issue. Why do you have to measure? You really have to be on top of this, and everybody has a role to play there. There's a challenge that is still hanging on the purpose, inherent purpose that a company may have, but there can be a major challenge facing corporations or for investors to decide on investments when they need to implement their strategy based on specific KPIs, and maybe they have different purposes to those that an entrepreneur may have. How are you looking at this challenge for the major corporate companies, which many times the need for sustainability is not consistent with being sustainable over time or having that purpose? Look, since we started with Kayyak, to speak from the perspective of entrepreneurs, and maybe I will turn to the company view later, where we have always started from is from entrepreneurs in which we have invested because of their purpose, and we've seen that the purpose is consistent with the business model, and that's what we look at. Big companies are facing that challenge. They need to understand that the purpose will drive the entire organization. And nowadays, new generations want to work in workplaces where they feel they're making a change. And incumbents are dealing with that challenge. They're seeing very good executives moving to or migrating to other companies because they want to maintain that purpose. So companies need to closely look at this and align with what they can do to have a positive impact on society and give back, because purpose has a cost. There's a lot of inertia in this, and it's very difficult to turn around in your purposes, but you have to start somewhere, and you can look at how a company will do it. You need to be prepared for that. And also, so for governments, I think that states need to foster certain change to force companies to accept and adapt to sustainability, and that will help while some things also change. Well, I believe that just as Roberto is saying, it is important for me for big companies to rewire or retool themselves, because I think they have lost that street sense or sensitivity to connect with what the market is asking from them, what the entrepreneurs are doing. That for entrepreneurs, this is a something that is very near and dear our hearts, and we are into every situation. When you are creating a startup, you feel a part of every consumer, what they say. So that's extremely important for big companies to follow. The only way in which they can become sustainable companies over time and to not disappear is to rewire, retool, reconvert themselves so they can reconnect with the human factor, because I think there's a lot of inertia they have to overcome, because you're talking about thousands of independent divisions and departments have to approve a process in order to make a decision, while we entrepreneurs with smaller companies have can make faster decisions, make them more tangible, and we do our legwork. We are out there in the street. Part of our efficiency is to get good pricing and be in touch with what's and take the pulse from what's happening in society. So these big companies have to do it. I don't think that you can produce food today for people with whom you are connected, with households that are being fed, and you're not aware of what it means to be environmentally sound and sustainable. It's extremely expensive if you are not sustainable, and you may even disappear from the market. So you need to bear that in mind. But I think this is an opportunity for big companies in two ways. First, when you're vulnerable vis-a-vis something, then you will see the light and put on the thinking cap. If we are not capable of understanding, processing this, you will not succeed. So you start becoming creative and become more entrepreneurial, and maybe at the beginning of that company it was too large and it was very difficult for them to reconnect and retool themselves. But then there's this vulnerability allowing you to reconnect, and there is a fun aspect to it, in that you also have to open up your mind. And I've always reconnected with previous entrepreneurs, CEOs of multinational corporations in talks at colleges and universities, because I've presented on success cases or success stories in Chile. Why the big ones or the unnameable ones will not offer assistance to entrepreneurs? Why can't they build up new connections? Because that would help them get a better grounding about what's happening. If you look at a next sellers selling sauce or anything, and you go to a multinational corporation, the traditional kennel, and I have 800,000 points of sale, and I want to, if they could reach out to that, that entrepreneur could use it and become an instant success. Why big companies is not capable of thinking about this the other way around? There are huge opportunities for them. I see them as dinosaurs that are doomed to die, but I think they can be quite malleable and flexible, and they can respond flexibly to those challenges. And that's what happened with the multinational corporations. They can build bridges and offer relationships to entrepreneurs, because they can not only make a contribution, give back to the country, society, and our community, but they can also generate more value for themselves and put out feelers and know what's happening in reality through smaller companies. They overcome the challenges they have to get into the market. I think that, to follow up on that point, big companies lack the ability to self-criticize, and our board of directors, we've seen startups that are doing things in a different way. If I don't change, these startups will go past us and will surpass us. I've seen that in many industries, and many times this is very much a part of the board in various sectors of our society. And the owners of companies and the board members should be capable of saying what I'm doing will become obsolete unless I'm capable of retrofitting and getting updated. Can I go on the that wagon and deliver in less than an hour or two? It was hard for some to do that, but they eventually effected the change. But I think there should be like Ford company said, I'm going to be electrical in by 2040, 2050. That's a very clear statement and intention that helps everybody. That is a clear decision made by the owners and the board, and it will improve us and improve the community and benefit everybody. I'm asking two very specific questions to you right now, but these are questions that were very well considered before. One is to do with inflation, but we are seeing a consumer that is concerned for the planet. We saw it in yesterday's briefing. How do you combine that, Carolina? Well, I think there are two different issues here. First of all, the market is not there for that. If you think of Latin America is behaving differently from the US or Europe, as Marcel was commenting. Maybe in Latin America, Mexico, Brazil are the ones that are in line with the sustainability issue. If we look at a more Latin American market, many times what the individual is demanding from a good or service is not consistent with what they're willing to pay for the product, and that's very interesting. And because people tell me, why do you make more organic products and work with this kind of ingredients? Because nobody will pay for that, I respond. So you have to weigh when you stop being inefficient because you want to be sustainable. Because ultimately what we want to be is productive and make a contribution in terms of value and quality, but we need to be productive, otherwise we'll go out of business. Nobody knows who they're working for. You will end up in the wrong hands. So you have to make that distinction. First, you need to be efficient and productive, and in order for you to do that, you need to offset all the sustainability over time without disappearing on this consumerism spiral. And then it's also important to size up where we're going to invest, because sustainability is an investment and it should be strategic in nature, just as we are coming up with an annual strategy to chart the course of the company for growth and everything. Sustainability is one more investment, and it should be looked at part of the agenda of every company. So therefore, I think there's always a positive relationship between investing on sustainability and growth, because it's the only way not to die in the attempt. It's the only way to survive in this corporate productive world of foodstuffs, because it's changing, challenging, and you need to understand it's an investment. If you do not invest in sustainability, you are doomed to disappear. This is how I have always seen it. It's because you will lose your humanity and your heart, because when you do that, you will get disconnected. You will stop perceiving, understanding, and helping. You won't be able to contribute, because if you don't know how to talk to people, look in their eyes, and understand the issues of their day-to-day lives as sales persons, producers, and their families, you will never be able to connect and generate value. So they will in turn deliver value to your company. So it is important to be able to understand that there's a very positive correlation, and it should be looked at that way. At a short time, it can be more expensive considering what's sustainable, because we have to look at the to-do list of compliance and efficiency. But if you don't do it, on the other hand, you are investing on disappearing. So the point I always make is that when one does not get properly wired and rewired, because smaller entrepreneurs must always be plugged in to the system, and you're not capable of rewiring, retooling, you are losing over time. Regardless of whatever sums of money you invest on marketing or sustainability, and you have an expert coming to you to tell you what you have to do and how you have to do it. If you dehumanize and lose your heart as an entrepreneur or as a company, you will lose touch and the bond with people, and you will just end up at sea. Yeah, I loved what Carolina has I've just said, that when we are on a kayak, I will be brief. We start with a part of the portfolio which is on investment and the other one on venture capital. And we have soon realized that the investment portion will make us meet interesting investors, but with models that are not scalable, and eventually profitability or rate of return will not be what we expected it. So we need to combine both strategies. We need to find an entrepreneur's sector with a clear business model operating on a need basis, and that would have a clear path to profitability at present. And they should be incorporating a positive externality regarding the environment for society. And I met a person telling me, I hope that one day the concept of investment impact will disappear, because all companies within their purposes want to have a positive impact on the environment and society. So I think we need to maintain that focus very much. And I think what Roberto was saying made me remember what we say in Chile. I mean, you need to look at, and that's the term we use, you have to dig. That's what we have to do. There are companies that are giving 1% of their sales to invest them on vulnerable communities, women communities that don't have a job opportunity to integrate in Patagonia and in ourselves. Chile is a very powerful country, or was 4 years ago. I still love you. But in the end, it is important to understand that we can do things in a very different way. And there's no point in having big diplomas on your office if you don't do what you have to do. I mean, it is on those companies that are humane or humanized where we're going to operate differently. I remember that all my family has an Italian background, and when they speak, nobody hears anyone. And they would say, well, you will recover if you have any upset. Don't get into trouble like in the legs of a horse. But it is not easy to be on that position. I'd like to have that example, which is to stay out of trouble. But sometimes I have realized that adaptive advantage that we have because we are grounded and well wired. We always want to find a solution to issues and find this fissure that others have and detour or zigzag via paths others don't want it, because sustainability is one more investment, as we already said it. But in the end, it is like a combination of an entrepreneur. It's like a communion, as we Catholics would say. It's like a mechanism that helps you create value, and that union or communion must be the key mechanism of a company that will give you the competitive edge against the giants, the behemoths. And it is more difficult to set that into motion. Thank you so much. We could have stayed longer here because the conversation was very fun with the testimony that you have provided as entrepreneurs and business people. I think we had a very good briefing with your inputs, and the vision of those who are building these purposes are great. I'd like to congratulate you. Thank you so much. Fortunately, we have to change panels, and on the next panel, we have other panelists waiting in the wings. The former presidents are here to participate, so thank you so much, and we will move on. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias a nuestros
Thanks to our panelists, Antonio. Now we will. Our summit is reaching to a close. Thank you, Carolina. We are pleased to present the presidential panel, the future and the present of Latin America. We have Iván Duque, ex-president of Colombia, and Eduardo Frei, ex-president of Chile. We'll take a minute while they are setting up the stage, and for the people who are streaming, please bear with us as we get everything ready. We will have another drawing of a airline ticket that we'll do this afternoon. For those who are here, use the hashtag that has been provided to you. Thank you, and we will see you in a bit.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora innovación comienza con un hola. Hola. A Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa.
A minutos del plato de fondo, como dicen por ahí. Este momento es importante y vamos.
This is an important moment. We will now invite Carlos Diaz, Director of AMLAS for the Smith Economic Center for FIU. We will have the presidents with us. Thank you very much. I want to go directly to topic. I would like to invite President Iván Duque, former president of the Republic of Colombia, and Iván Duque, former president of the Republic of Chile. Thank you very much. Thank you. We can spend a whole hour recounting all the achievements of these two great leaders of the in Latin America, but we will not do this. But I will say a few phrases. Will not capture the entire leadership. Let's remember, Eduardo Frei was the president of Chile from 2000, in the year 2000. He is also the ambassador presently for Pacific Asia. He's had a long career as a public servant. He was president for a particularly complicated period during the democratic transition from military dictatorship to full democracy, and President Ivan Duque from 2018 to 2022, a long career in public service. He also was leading during a complicated period in Colombia. Both of them, as a matter of fact, were President Duque last fall was one of the fellows of the University of FIU, and President Frei is a fellow now, and President Duque is collaborating in certain projects that we will mention later on. So it is a great pleasure and an honor to have two great leaders of Latin America to talk about the present as well as the future of our region. I will start with a question for both of them. Both of them had on their shoulders the responsibility to make decisions that affected millions and millions of people, and whether it was in Colombia or in Chile. Latin America during these recent years have had complicated transformation. How do you see the future of Latin America here as you sit in Miami, far away from that power? President Frei. I would like to be an optimist, but the truth is I would like to be an optimist, but it's difficult. It's quite difficult to be an optimist now. You take a look around and after this invitation from Carlos, we have been I've been participating for 2 months here at the university. I've been able to look at situation country by country, and I start on the easiest one, Argentina. What happened with Argentina? We have 4,000 kilometers of border. When I ascended to the power, Argentina was the fourth commercial ally to Chile. Now, not so much. And inflation, the central bank is just a money printing machine. Uruguay is a little bit better off. Uruguay, Costa Rica, and Chile. The last report on democracy in the world, we were between 10 to 30, and the others are 40, 50, and we won't even mention Cuba and Venezuela. What is happening in Ecuador? What's happening in Peru? Let's not even mention Bolivia, because Bolivia, the ex-president is in jail. They're now trying to jail the justice, freedom, and basic principles of democracy is not being respected anywhere. And President Uribe will also have a lot to tell us. But this past weekend, I listened to a speech by President Colombia. He from calling his nation to revolt. He was born as a guerrilla, and he will continue to be a guerrilla. typical populism of Latin America, talking about revolution. Then you have to redo the constitution because the constitution is no good. Third, because they have to expel all the politicians because they're no good. And then they do everything. We need. They want unique elections, a unique Congress, having the legislative and the executive branch in the same place. Now, he decided to suppress the electoral system. This country took 15 to 20 years to build it, to make it democratic. Now, he came up with a constitutional reform to control elections, and there he is offering this and offering the other. It is horrible to say this, but we had a wave of great military governments, 80, 70s, 80, then after 90, we had another wave and democracy was being saved. But now we think everything can be solved with election, but they end up being dictatorship. On Sunday, they will be voting for the Constitution, and then apparently what they're doing, something more reasonable based on Chile's history. These are all revolutionary actors, and they are founders of everything, the power of the state, and they make up everything and try to make it new. Every policy that they announce, it's frightful. So I would like to be more optimistic. We continue to struggle. Thank you, Carlos, for this invitation to participate. And just as you said to me the first day, this center is going to be concerned about policy of the United States toward Latin America. I know this reality. My father was president during the 60s. We have not had policy from the United States to Latin America in the last 50 years, and now we're scared because the Chinese are investing in Latin America. But what has the United States done for these past 50 years with regard to Latin America? But the state policy for Latin America, we haven't had one. And that's why I feel it's very important that this center be concerned about Latin America and for us to have a voice, because we do nothing alone in this world. We're small countries. We're just 20 million. When I go to Asia, they say, yo, you have to impose your strength when you go to Asia and tell the Chinese president. Well, there are 30, 40, they have 30, 40 cities with more than 20 million. And you go to Japan, you go to Korea, same thing. We are, every country think they're going to conquer the world, but this is another world that we're living in. In the last 6-8 years, we're looking at things differently. The digital revolution, product of supply chain, artificial, the AI, I never lived through these things. I knew of a cell phone. I had a cell phone after I became president. And we did a program in my government to take computers to school, and I was there to inaugurate them, and these computers were covered with a cloth as if it was a coffin. But this is another world that we're living in presently. And social network has been. I have 12 grandchildren. They don't watch TV. They don't read newspaper. All they do is follow all the dirt in the social network, and they poison their minds with that. We here in Latin America, we cannot get together to drink a cup of coffee and think, how can we act in a real world and get along among ourselves? If we can't get along among ourselves, we have nothing to do in the rest of the world. President Duque, thank you very much, for President Freddy, for this immense honor to be here along with you. Carlos Diaz, thank you. You have been the motor of the Adam Smith Center. Greetings to all of you. I believe, Carlos, that in face of viewing Latin America, something that is more visible more than ever, something that I mentioned a few years ago, the debate of Latin America is centered between left and right. It's centered between demagoguery and pedagogy. Unfortunately, the demagogues have characteristics that are very notable and very visible. One, they are firmly their firm purpose is to make economies static. They want to remove participation from private sectors. They want to nationalize industries. They want to decree the ending of certain sectors with preconception and ill will. They want to weaken the legitimate safety and security of the nation, not only attacking military institutions and police institutions, but they want to have they want to cohabit with crime, and they are dedicated to fracture society, generating class struggle, generating a polarization where they tried to use the word people to make it a mechanism of pressure against institutions, where they sell the false narrative that of an unsavable country. They have they say these things from their balconies, and they try to take a message of hate to the world. That's the situation of the demagogues. The academicians took a different route. They sincerely took measures that were unpopular but necessary to forge ahead. They have a discipline in managing the economy. They defend the participation of the nation, but with a social sense, and they're thinking about the next generation more so than the next election. That is the definition of the two type of governance that we have. And there are antidotes, even though they're more of the first than they are of the second. Why have the demagogues recently used these? Because they took advantage of the pandemic to sell hatred. But when you look at demagogues throughout Latin America, they have shown their lack of capability to manage. You can see it in bad economic results, the loss of trust from the people. And I do want to say this openly because I see many business people here. There is not a country that will progress if they don't have a business, a robust business system of medium, small, and large enterprises who are ready to take risk and to bring in innovation. You are condemning them to failure if you remove that. Second, there is no economic system that will work without collegiality between business people and consumers. If you don't do this, this leads to a polarization that will undermine investment. And the third point is that we have to win the war of the narratives. These narratives and management in following narratives without coherence, without a purpose. And that is the call, as they want to call for brokenness, but we should be able to show that private sector, along with workers, are invincible from the point of view of economic prosperity. We have to be clear, no president in Latin America is elected to be an emperor. They have to be subjected to the Constitution and democracy. And they spend each day saying, since the people elected them, they have to pass their reforms and their proposals as they conceive it. But Congress is also elected by the people, and in Congress is where ideas are discussed, and you have to be able to give, because that's democracy. Otherwise, we would not have a separation of powers. And so, to close, under this vision that I am presenting, what Latin America needs to understand from its past experiences is that either they allow institutions to be felt in light of these quasi-dictatorial tendencies, or we're going to be sorrowful for various decades. You mentioned the pandemic, Mr. President, and since then Latin America has experienced important changes. Some changes were seen from before, but in these 2 years of the pandemic, they were sped up. There are new sectors, new opportunities for investment. What sector do you think have the greatest opportunity for growth, and how can we foster these opportunities for growth? I am very proud when I think of how Colombia faced the pandemic, because these were very difficult times. I am going to mention 5 things that occurred during the pandemic that shows the resilience of Colombia, the tenacity of the Colombian people. During the pandemic, we finished the tunnel project, the longest tunnel in Latin America. It was 45% completed after 10 years, and I remember workers did not want to miss one day of work, and that was a very important message of what we're capable of doing as a country. We were able to finish more than 50% of the program of roads, fourth generation road. During the pandemic, we had energy transformation to renewable to 14% that is in execution now. And telemedicine, just to give you a taste, in telemedicine we were able to see thousands of Colombians in virtual visits to over 10 million. And during the pandemic, we were able to leave Colombia with free university education for the most vulnerable and poorer sectors, and we managed through technology. So today in Colombia, every person above the age of 19, about 90% have at least one financial product, and we all did this taking advantage of adversity. So we were able to manage through these difficult times, and Colombia was #1 in resiliency in face of the pandemic, and we were second after Canada, and we were able to show as a country that we were able to reach our greatest rates of growth in 2021, 2022, because we were concentrated on building, not destroying. President Frey? What are those sectors of the economy that you think offer the greatest opportunities? We have to think of the riches of each country if you're not a realist to be able to implement this. Secondly, these things can be created. They don't just pop up out of nowhere. Toward the start of the 90s, when Chile began to expand, we opened our economy, which was closed before, import, all that we know of previous decades. And we began to visit throughout the world. I was in the presidency for a few months, and I went to the summit of APEC. There were 15 or 16 APEC countries, and that day our change began. But not just APEC. We all know what the Pacific Rim means. We look at Japan, China, Korea, Indonesia, which are about 270 million people, and we're there. We're in Singapore and everywhere. But we were lucky that in the month of December 1994, 1 month after returning from APEC, we came here with President Clinton invited us to the Summit of the Americas, and we were part of the North American Treaty. But from 1994 in December, the Congress passed it in 2004, 2005. But we had already signed with Mexico, with Canada. Canada, the first developed country that signed with Chile. We signed in Asia, China, Japan, Korea. The first treaty with the world, Korea signed with Chile. Those were the first treaties of Chile with Asia. And then we went on to Europe because at that time, in that treaty, it was 1/3 United States, 1/3 Latin America, 1/3 Asia. And then we went to the European Union. We had the first minister of, the prime minister of Italy, the prime minister of Spain, Germany. Those were the main ones.
Yeah. And before 2001, we had an FTA treaty with the European Union, and it was all signed between the first Ibero-American, the second, third Ibero-American summit in Chile. We signed these treaties with all Latin American countries. What's happened today? We are pretty much exporting, or more than exporting, because that's more of a global figure, but 2/3 of the Chilean economy moved through their foreign trade, imports and exports and other services, 70%, accounting for 70% of our foreign trade. And when we started, that was not there, because we were talking about exporting sherries to Asia. Last year, we sent 18,000 containers and over 100 flights, which is gigantic logistics. All fields have been revolutionized. And Chile may not be a great food power, but it's exporting salmon, wines, and everything you want to the whole world. For this, you need to change. We had to change the structure of our foreign trade, and last year, almost after 30 years, Asia is accounting for 65% of our foreign trade. The U.S. between 13 and 18%, depending on the U.S. administration, and the European Union, which was historically 1/3, it's 12%, in Latin America a lower figure. And what's happened is that most of the investments are coming from Asia. As we were coming, someone asked me, what about energy? All the big energy companies are there. More than 80% of our energy, 70%, is renewable energies. We have changed when we talk about lithium and green hydrogen, but our head of state is saying that he's going to nationalize all this, but this is a state power. This is owned by this development corporation. He says he's going to nationalize green hydrogen. What is it? It's energy plus water. I don't think you can do that, but we'll see. And I don't understand it either, because one of the main ministers in Congress was talking about figures, and he started confusing dollars with pesos, and he ended up saying crazy things. And he was saying that the projects that they have to pass to develop, and they would amount to $60 billion. And in the end, the Treasury Minister asked him, please clarify, because you talked about $60 billion, but the GDP of Chile is 120 billion. So this single project is 60 billion. And nobody understood a thing at the end. And president of the committee, and they said, please put this in writing and report it to us because nobody understands the figures you're giving. So things have changed. That is a fact of the matter. And Chile is still a very small country of 20 million population, more than 30 years of efforts. We had to build infrastructure. There was no airports, roads, or highways, very few railroad infrastructure, all that we needed to compete in the world. When we started talking about 4G in many years ago in Chile, people were asking what we were talking about. And then we said we're going to lay down fiber optics in the southern cone, and there wasn't any. We had to go to the north to be able to do it. The only thing in which we were a real power was in gastronomy. And we have great, outstanding, astronomic centers. We have great astronomic centers that are transmitting data every day. So we also lay down a submarine cable with fiber optics that of more than 3,000 kilometers, because Chile is very scattered in the southern cone. And then these world companies came and started to compete in our tenders, and the winners were the ones who won, and we are not subordinated to anyone. If we accept the pressures of the big companies, it is very hard to take action. I was laughing about that. In 1998, we were already negotiating the treaty of free trade with China, and the parliamentarians were saying you should sit in the table, and as president, if you don't agree, you shouldn't sign it. It's just 20 million people and 1.3 billion involved, and those treaties have benefited us. And when we don't have a treaty, big powers will do as they please, and that has always been the case. Big powers have acted like that. But when you sign those respectable, reputable treaties, it's a protection for small countries to continue to develop. That's why there is no limit in that. We have a lot of mining available that we can continue to develop. So what do we need to export today? We need to export intelligence. That's what we're missing. Youths and children should not spend the whole day looking at those things in the social media. They should start using their brain power to produce. It's not about whether we are going to produce more tomatoes or lettuce or salmon. It's going to be the intel, the brain power of the country that will lead us to success. And that is what we saw in the first question. Any knot can come and buy everything. We had a presidential candidate who came to the United States because he had to pay alimony to the children because he divorced, and he is sending all his messages from the U.S., and he made 18% vote there and elected a lot of constitutional councilors. And we already know what happened to our constitution, because any ridiculous figure can try to change it. And I hope that will not occur again and again. If we do not get together, we won't have a future in Latin America. 30 or 40 years ago, we had the possibility of being something in the world. And today, we're almost nothing. The only country that is self-sufficient is Brazil, because it's a part of BRICS. And they don't feel themselves a part of Latin America, but of the BRICS. And that unity is essential. How do we get there as a region? First of all, we need to respect all the treaties and agreements we have signed. We have agreements with all countries. Chile has never turned down any such agreements. We have agreements in place with all of Latin America. First, with Mercosur, I sent a project for Mercosur market, southern market, and the Congress said no, because that was going to hurt the Chilean agriculture, and we negotiated with all countries, and we've been refining it, and we were major drivers of the Asia Pacific agreement, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Chile. Mr. AMLO said no, because he says he is not going to be part of the Secretariat, and it's all at a standstill. And the same thing happened with Italy when we got into the PP11 with which is key for us. And the day the United States left, the only one that was protesting was Japan, who was leading together with Chile, which we led here in Latin America and in Europe, and we got this project ahead. And now they're saying no. Why did they get nervous now about that? Because UK should have been a part of this treaty, and now Korea and other countries are joining, because this is one of the great modern global agreements favoring investments for SMEs and infrastructure. That's the way forward. I mean, this issue is so dramatic with the European Union that we spent 4 years negotiating the renewal of the treaty, because 30 years ago we wouldn't talk about climate change, rights of ownership, and women, gender identity. The first time we signed with Canada, the Prime Minister for Canada said we are going to include something about climate change. I don't remember what was the specific topic. And we put also the issue of feminism in 1966 when no one was including it. And we finally signed with the European Union in 2001, and since we are renewing all treaties, we were at a standstill for 4 years. And why did they get nervous about it? Because when they were going into the systems, they wanted to look at the PP11, then the UK went to PP11, and then next they said Chile cannot afford not to be in those markets. And I give you another example. There was a minister from the European Union who came to Chile recently. Look at Chilean figures today, 2023, adding Japan and Korea. They're more with Chile in foreign trade than the entire European Union. Just Japan and Korea joining it are more, and that's because in 4 years they didn't want to sign the treaty. And that's what I mean when I say the powers do as they please when they have that. But if you talk about the European Union, it's a union of countries with different cultures and languages. They have been able to unite and have a common currency. Why? He said that in Latin America we cannot achieve that unity, at least economically speaking. I think you have to put everything in the right context. The European Union is not the panacea, the universal remedy for which it was conceived. The European Union has had to face very big challenges in terms of economic, monetary, fiscal policies. The European Union has a very heavy weight in Germany and France, especially in Germany, in the way the monetary policies are being conducted. So they've had to go through very difficult and long processes, including Brexit, which is a call being made by a population sector, whether right or not, that has wanted to separate, to have autonomy. What we've seen in most European Union countries is a growing power of anti-European parties who want to get back to their nationalistic philosophy. And how is this threatened? This is also threatened by populism, post-truth, and polarization. So that is a risk they're also facing. One thing is economic integration, yet another is political integration. Political integration is only viable when there is clarity about values and principles. What is really disturbing to me every day is when I see this blatant hypocrisy that you see in Latin America, where you see these demagogues that always raise their voices against the right-wing dictatorships in the 70s and 80s, and now they are the main adulators of Nicolas Maduro, Díaz-Canel, and Daniel Ortega. And we also see today the hypocrisy of those who call themselves human rights advocates, and today they stay quiet when they're closing universities, sending to prison members of the church or human rights activists in Nicaragua, or when they have allowed dictocratic regimes, as I call them, because they are real dictatorships with an appearance of democracy, which are always eliminating economic freedom. So a political integration like that is quite complex. So that's why it must be on the basis of principles and values. And I think that Latin America took important steps with the Inter-American chart when we all agreed that Latin America should have a democratic system. And in fact, this happened to me with President Boric in the last summit there, President Frey, and he asked why Cuba was not there, and I had to remind him of the Quebec Declaration, saying that the summits could not invite dictatorships who are in power. And where is the union, which is the point we're making? The union or unity lies with the businessman, academia, workers, the judiciary should really stand by defending the rights, and the risks we are seeing is a repeat of the Venezuela or Nicaraguan experiences. They call that democracy. They win elections, they capture the power, and then they perpetuate themselves in power. I think we must be very clear in defending those principles and values. And on the other hand, I believe that we must denounce things by their name. The extreme left in Latin America has made a point of washing the brains of students in the public education system by capturing the minds of the teachers' unions, and most of them, I saw it during the pandemic, they didn't want to go back to in-person classes. Parents and students wanted to get back to the classes, but unions wanted to stay home to convene marches with big crowds while we were convening people to get immunized, and they didn't want to. So I think we need to recover the independence of the judiciary, which are two bastions that the extreme left demagogues have tried to use as their tools to undermine democracy in our region. You are mentioning political integration. What about economic integration? The point is, you can't have political economic integration without political integration, which doesn't mean that we should think in like manner. I have already commented this to President Frey at some point. We can have differences of opinion or thoughts with President Ricardo Lago, but he is a man who defends institutionality and values. You may have differences of opinion with presidents in other places of Latin America who've been left-wing presidents, but they respect the institutional framework. There must be guiding principles in this: democracy, market economy, separation of powers, freedom of the press. If we can agree on that, then we can have as many different opinions as we have, so long as we defend integration of markets, of investments, of capital, or even an integration that would go beyond towards labor mobility. But if we don't defend those guiding principles, integration will be much more difficult. Let me give you this example. Colombia engaged in creating UNASUR. Colombia was there when President Toledo convened this summit in Cusco. Colombia was there because Colombia have always had a presence in all integration projects in Latin America, but it just so happens that UNASUR became like a tailor's workshop to protect the interests of Maduro and Chavez against our democratic values. And when I got to the office, I just withdrew Colombia from UNASUR. We can't be in an integration that will remain quiet vis-a-vis the systematic human rights violations and the annihilation of democracy. I think that we have to recover the discourse that what unites us is those values and principles, and without that it will be very difficult to achieve it. And President Frey was saying, what do you mean that they're going to make a decision not to turn on the provisional presidency of Asia when there was a president that wanted to break down the constitutional order and democracy, and then a democratically elected president gets to office through a democratic process, and a gang of presidents get together and saying that they have to release someone who violated the law. And that's what I mean by that. We just have 2 more minutes, a couple of more questions, as presidents both have broad experience in designing and implementing economic policies. What's your view specifically about the economic policies that should be prioritized in the region and how these public policies should be implemented? President C. Carlos, I'd like to be very pragmatic about that. You can talk about what you did, and you can also reflect looking forward towards the future. I think that the best economic policies the country can have are the pro-corporate, pro-micro SMEs policies. I remember that when we started in government, we lowered the taxation rate to the 3 segments, the micro SMEs. And all the former Treasury ministers were saying that that was going to be a mess, disaster, court shortfalls, and erode the economy. What ended up happening was that when we lowered that taxation rate and having pro-corporate actions, the economy grew by 2-fold in Latin America. It overcame the pandemic situation and experienced a 10.7 growth rate in 2022, and in 8 months we really were very successful. So we can see how a new policy is coming, and they say that the tax burden should be increased to companies, that we must do away with incentives, and that in addition to that we need to also tax people who own property because they decide to invest. What is the outcome of that? I mean, growth rate is dropping, the investment in purchasing cars is declining because this will generate uncertainty. All public policies must be pro-corporate, pro-business, and they should be a trigger of social transformations. And there are various entrepreneurs here who supported us when we launched the employment opportunity policy. They say for every job created, we will pay for 25% in their social security. 800,000 new jobs were generated together with the private sector in the country. So the policy should be having fiscal discipline, monetary discipline. Of course, you need to respect the independence of the central bank. You need to deal with inflation. But if there isn't an economic policy that understands that businesses are a generator of social well-being, we will start failing. So I think that the secret is in managing to align the business with the government. I mean, you cannot give them all, but you need to give them good playing rules and regulations so that they will help to transform the community and society. Do you agree, President Frey? Yes, totally. I think that in Chile, we have been implementing a concept called ABB, the public-private partnership concept. And I've been a part of the Policy and Infrastructure Council involving the Chamber of Commerce, colleges, all professional colleges and universities and all the ministries that have been working in the area of infrastructure in the past 30 years. I've been a part of that council. It's a private entity that cooperates with the government. In fact, in the last 3 administrations, we have submitted an infrastructure funding project considering both the private and the public sectors, because that's the only way to launch it. And we did it with this government when it started too, because when you say, I have to spend on lithium, on green hydrogen, I want to build power transmission lines, when we want to build ports or fiber optic cables, the state has to provide for education, healthcare, housing, etc. And we need to do everything that a government will propose, which sometimes are irrational. But I think that's a way forward, and that's a way forward that the government of Chile has adopted. And since 1984, we've been opening tenders for more than 130 projects for a total value of more than $130 billion. And when you talk about highways and the airport, everything has been successful. And now they are talking about total stoppage because they came up with a law where you talk about healthcare, they will crucify you. They're going to privatize water, prisons, hospitals that are being built by the company but are being handled by the health service and a Bureau of Prisons, and they're privatizing hospitals and prisons. And in terms of water, the thing is that almost 90% of water was not treated in Chile when we started the project. We built all the water systems. We approved that in Congress. We have more than 55 treatment plants all around the country. We had rivers, coastal areas polluted, contaminated, and we have dealt with that. And especially this was targeted at the lower income sectors in rural areas, and we made a drinking water treatment project for them that was being organized based on the major catch basins, because we have the driest desert, the Atacama up to the Magellan area. I mean, it's more than 5,000 kilometers, so you can only manage water through watersheds. So I think that the public-private partnerships is so important that we have made it clear to this government as a council that we need a bill so that just as we have 10 different agencies in the commercial sector to deal with this, we need to develop the infrastructure of the country along these lines. And we're not talking about developing this for experts only, but the infrastructure of cities, climate change, energy, all those themes. I think that in less than 15 or 20 years today, we already have 25% of absolutely renewable energies and 50% for water supply. And that's because we created the infrastructure for that. If you don't have those partnerships, how is the government going to do that? I mean, during the pandemic, the economy declined. Where are you going to raise the resources to fund all those projects? If you don't have the public-private partnerships, you can't do it. That's the best way to do it. Small companies are 90% of the country. Where do they work? They work with all the major sectors, mining, energy, and everything. So they are key to the economy. And in closing, to conclude, as you all know better than me, there's no manual that will advise the president how to exercise their presidential powers. And there's no handbook to tell a former president which should be the role of a former president in the policy of their countries, which should be the role of a president in policy making in their countries. President Frey, I think at least what I have done. I ended as senator in 2014 after spending 30 years in Senate, and after the presidency, I thought it was time for me to go, and I was a bit old there, and now I'm older than 80, and I said, what am I going to do now? Let's work on state policy making that will not be subject to contingency. I've been spent 40 years developing these contingency projects. Now I have time to think, contribute to the work of presidents. Presidents always need assistance and to listen to them. In recent years, 5 presidents of the country got together when we had problems with Bolivia, Peru. We went to The Hague with many trials, and we won them all. And it's kind of difficult to deal with that. But we, all 5 presidents, will get together to reflect. And what do you discuss there? The experience, the expertise, and the knowledge. There's no manual or course that will possibly teach you how to get to the office and leave, which is the worst part, because most of them will stay there. That's the problem with Latin America. Every president wants to stay there forever. I've just launched a proposal in my course about Latin American populism. All of a sudden, I found the different stages of it. First, second, left, right, and then I get to Ecuador. And I found President Velasco Alvarado was for 5 terms in government, and all want to stay there forever because they all feel the owners of the truth, of history, of power, of knowledge, of everything. They are those the enlightened and illuminated by heavens, because all presidents think like that, and those who take office, they think they can think back and know everything that has happened, but that's not the way it is. That's why I am devoted to the major challenging tasks of the country, and President named me for 8 years in that council, and President Piñera confirmed me, and I keep on working. While they are thinking, I will keep doing. While they try to rediscover gunpowder, we keep working with all entrepreneurs. We'll go to China, Thailand, Indonesia to work for Chile.
Because the Chilean economy depends on this, and they will call me one day through a parliamentary colleague. They said, "Oh, you're working at the Florida International University. Let's have a program." I was at my summer home. I did a Zoom from there, and apparently they liked it. Then Carlos called and said, "Come over here." And I've been here for 2 months. I'm happy. I am working, and if we can have a meeting of former presidents, that would be great to work jointly. I think they have done a great effort here. But let's make an effort so that we can make the commitment of working in Latin America. That would solve a lot of problems. So that's how we will continue. I have not retired. My wife, my daughter, my grandchildren say, "Don't retire. Just keep working." President Duque, in Colombia, there was an ex-president who said that the best thing about being a president is to be the former president. And he had 8,000 reasons to believe that. That is a subliminal, and Colombians will understand. But what I'm trying to say is to be a former president is an honor more than a position. In Latin America, there are many who believe that it's a position, and they try to work at it daily. But the work of an ex-president is to be constructive, to help. I have 46 years old. I am a former president in an environment where most of the ex-presidents are over 70. So my political adverse opponents will think that I will spend the next 46 years giving my opinion, but I think the role is to support and defend the democracy and its constitutionality. I have always said that I am not here to attack or to throw barbs or try to bother anyone. My role is to be constructive. Having said all that, for me, it has been very gratifying to be certain that there is life beyond the presidency for me. And I was only interested in serving. Here I am as a fellow here at FIU. I'm a fellow at Oxford. I am fostering a lot of environmental causes in Colombia. I try to maintain contact with political actors who call me with business people, give them my point of view. But when I think it is necessary to call to reflection, to do it, and to do it in a constructive manner. And President Frey, is a great honor for me to be here with you. It's a great honor to see you here at the university. And in this interaction of former presidents, it is clear that we need to get closer in Latin America. You governed in very difficult times, and you conducted great reforms that were held up. What worries me is health. Health in Colombia is not from Duque. It does not belong to Pastrana or Gaviria or anyone. It has been a product of 30 years of gradual birth, actually, from a system that has shown strength. It's one of the best in Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the more recognized in the world. But if you want to remake everything and change everything, that's where the voice of all the former presidents need to say, look, we forged this with a lot of effort, and we're not going to take this down just for ideology. And if that's our duty, then we should say it, and we should say it frequently. One last comment. When I was a president, they would ask me, why were you doing this? I said, because that's how it's done. Because I learned with my father. My father was was the president for 6 years. I saw him enter with all the majesty of the position. But I learned a lot. There's not a presidential palace in Chile. We either have to rent the house next door to our office. So you live in your own house, and you finish your period, and you go back to your own house. So you go from all that power back to your roots. I learned that from my father, and above all, I met many people from the whole world. Queen Elizabeth was in the house of my father, leaders from worldwide leaders, and now I just continue on, and that helps a lot toward your humanity in the day-to-day, and not to believe that everything has to be scratched and start over from zero. I think all of you realize why we're so proud to have both presidents in the center teaching and sharing their knowledge. If you want to continue this, we have our first executive course. This is an unpaid commercial, the first commercial executive course. The course begins today. After this event, it will go on the whole day tomorrow and Saturday with professors of the stature of President Uribe, other ex-presidents of the region. It begins 3 minutes on foot. If you want to take it, this course will begin in 5 minutes. It will run the whole day tomorrow, the whole day Saturday, and the topic is crisis management, how to prevent, manage, and foresee these crises. So this is the announcement for that. I would like to conclude thanking both presidents, two leaders from the region who did not great thing for their country, but for the whole Latin America, and just the fight against everything that tries to eliminate people's ability to select for themselves what type of political system they want to be governed under. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias a todos por el...
Thank you all for the panel, the presidents. Now we will have the drawing for the airline ticket, and then we'll see you all at the cocktail hour.
Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter TRAX, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the TRAX platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of TRAX's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. TRAX helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with TRAX.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
con algunas cosas bien entretenidas. Tenemos el sorteo del pasaje.
We have the drawing for the airline ticket. Please do not move from your seats.
Bueno, yo sé, ahí sí. Yo sé que ya están todos.
I know you're all very tired. We had an excellent closing. Please allow me a second to Please, may I have your attention for a minute? I understand you're tired. This was we have been working on this for quite a while, for a few months now, and we had a lot of meetings behind closed doors, and to have the first and best summit for among Latins that would allow us to take what is happening in the world, the whole global instability changes, all the changes that we heard in the news of on technology, the crises, post-COVID, wars, inflation, all of these things that were moving communications. We saw how we were looking at hyper-connected consumers. So we had to do something that, as the experts in Latin America, we wanted to do this so that we could focus on what was happening, but from a Latin American perspective. If I could, beyond the conclusions that came up from each panel, if I could take away something, and we were talking about this, and how important, as well as what the president said, something that's important is to meet among Latin Americans and to talk about the opportunities we have among Latin Americans. We said it from the beginning. We wanted something that was not a congress, that was not just a conference, and that was not an expo, but a meeting of Latin Americans. About 350 people were present here, but there were a lot more who were streaming from all across Latin America, and that was a challenge. We had the best panelists and from all over, and that's what we were interested in. Thank you very much for being here. You were the ones who contributed to make this the success, the results that we saw. And thank you to all of you, and as we said yesterday, thank you to all of you who allowed this to be a reality. The university, the allies, our members, the speakers, our media partners, and especially all of those who worked on every detail behind the scenes for what you were able to witness. Thank you very much. And now we will have the drawing that is much awaited, and we will be celebrating at the cocktail and the terrace upstairs, and we are all invited to have a cocktail with us. There is no drawing. Thank you to Alberto Monker, who led I know you've spent sleepless nights, and behind a great woman there's a great man, but behind every great man there's a great woman. So say hello to your wife, who has put up with all of this. And now, and let's give Catalina a hand. Now, this has ended, but we cannot leave without fulfilling our promises. Delta Latam has a great prize for you, and then we'll see a video from our sponsor, a video from Ola, and then we will have the drawing, and we will be ready to attend the cocktail that was prepared for you.
Que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Qué emocionante
This ad from Grupo Ola, if I think it's important for all of you to have a Grupo Ola for large, medium, and small businesses, to have a Grupo Ola for support and how to introduce your business to the Latin American market. Now we begin our drawing. It's a wheel. We'll press a button, a name will appear, and that name will be the winner of this airline ticket. Are we ready? Perfect. And so let's begin the drawing. A hand for Angelica. This is for the people who were with us online. These are the streaming. Yesterday was for those who were present. Unfortunately, no one here won it, but somebody who was streaming this summit. So thank you. Congratulations to her. We'll see you at the cocktail.